Bismillah, alhamdulillah, wa salatu wa salam ala rasulillah. Welcome to another episode of Haqiqatjou, where we discuss religion and politics, the two least controversial subjects. As always, I am your host, Daniel Haqiqatjou, and today we have an excellent episode for you, interviewing our brother Ahmad of Prop & Co. Brother Ahmad is a very accomplished young man, one of the fruits of the American Muslim community, mashallah, and I have the honor to discuss with him today on a variety of topics. But for those of you who don't know who Ahmad is and what Prop & Co is, Brother Ahmad is an activist. He is a former politician. He is an actor or a former actor. He's a filmmaker. He's an inventor, mashallah. So he is one of these visionary Muslims who is working very hard to think outside of the box in addressing some of the biggest issues that Muslims are facing, the Ummah is facing around the world, whether he is advocating for Palestinians, whether he is interviewing, whether he's creating content, viral content. He's doing all of this, mashallah, and we want to get his insights. We want to learn about his vision and just have a good conversation, inshallah. So without further ado, I'm going to bring him on. But before that, don't forget to subscribe to the channel. Also, you'll find the link to our newsletter linked below. Sign up for our newsletter as well. And go to Prop & Co. Go to Prop & Co. on YouTube and subscribe to his channel and see the great content that he has recently, really focusing on geopolitical analysis, interviewing different activists and analysts as well. So let's bring Brother Ahmad on and start the conversation. Assalamu alaikum. I think you're muted, brother.
Assalamu alaikum. How are you?
Good, alhamdulillah. Oh,
Alhamdulillah. I heard your intro. You're too kind. You're making me sound a lot more creative and talented and important than I think I am, but I really appreciate that.
Yeah, well, mashallah, you do have quite a varied background in a good way. Mashallah, I haven't seen someone who is involved with all kinds of different projects over the years. And I really want to talk to you about some of the details of that because it's inspiring. And but before we get into that, maybe you can tell us a little bit more about your background growing up. You're originally born in the U.S., I think.
No, I was born in Baghdad in Iraq during the first Gulf War, but I was very young, just a couple months old when my family moved to the United States. I'm originally Kurdish. My family's from, the northern part of Iraq, but spent many years living in Baghdad. And so our family, I would say, is a unique blend of, this Kurdish identity, but also this Iraqi Arab identity as well.
MashaAllah. And were you growing up in Florida?
I grew up in the U.S. I lived a couple years in Virginia, but most of my life here in Tampa, Florida. For those who don't know, Tampa, Florida is one of the largest growing Muslim communities in the United States. There's a lot of different communities. It's a very diverse community. So we have South Asian Muslims and, of course, Arab, Middle Eastern Muslims and people from North Africa. It's a very diverse community. And I was privileged enough, I should say, to grow up in that kind of community. And so I would say I'm, a combination of all these different identities together. And it's just, our Muslim identity that linked us together.
Was there something about the Muslim community in Tampa specifically that really inspired you to be involved with activism? Was that more your family background? Like, what really was the secret sauce, basically?
Oh, yeah, that's a very interesting question. I think to be a Muslim American post 9/11, it's kind of hard not to be paying attention to politics because it affects your life in so many ways. And so I'll never forget, I was the one who delivered the news to my 6th grade classroom that there was a terrorist attack on 9/11. I had to turn in the attendance and then I come into class and I'm like, hey, by the way, there's some terrorist attack, somebody flew planes into the building. And not knowing that for the rest of the year, people are going to call me turban head, terrorist, bin Laden, you're the one responsible for that. And many other young Muslims, I think, during that time grew up with that experience. And so we're glued to the television sets trying to understand what happened and, how we feel about that, of course. And so, but I think many other Muslim Americans as well, Muslims in general, I grew up watching my parents watch Al Jazeera and watch these other channels as well. And so politics was a very important part of our lives. Obviously, the U.S. invaded and destroyed Iraq, where I'm from. I used to go back and visit my family every summer, and so I saw Iraq before the war. I saw Iraq after the war, and so obviously, that made me care about what's happening, about U.S. foreign policy. And then, of course, Palestine is such an important part of our identity as Muslims. And in Tampa specifically, we have a very large and active Palestinian community. And I grew up around many different communities. Like there are several masajid in Tampa. There are 3 like major ones, and I spent time at all of them. But one of them, ICT, is an important masjid in Tampa where most of the Palestinians go. And there, we grew up, listening to khutbahs and attending protests that were organized, to resist against the Israeli occupation of Palestine and all the crimes they were committing. So I grew up, both at home and in my community, paying attention to these things. And I think naturally I was inclined to enjoy those kinds of conversations. And that's kind of what educated me about the nature of humanity and the world. And I'm also just very interested and passionate about history. And so I think I had a natural inclination towards activism, but my experience as well, like in the community, seeing these things, I think really inspired me and motivated me to pay more attention and get involved in some way if I could.
I think what really put Florida Muslims on the map, or one of the things that really came to light, is how they were very right-leaning Republican and how they might have had an impact on Bush in 2000 winning Florida. Do you think that was really an accurate description of the Tampa community, like more right-leaning Republican? And what was their attitude during those Bush years in the lead up to the Iraq War and invasion? Like, what were the dynamics there?
Well, I was very young at the time. I do remember it, specifically, but I wasn't older and actively involved. And so I can't really say like what the community leadership was thinking. But from what I understand, of course, there were these political cases, these secret evidence cases where Palestinian Muslim Americans and other Muslim Americans as well, but mostly Palestinians, they were being arrested and charged, and the evidence against them was labeled secret. And so in court, they would present secret evidence, but not go into detail about what exactly that evidence is. And it was used to lock up, people and separate them essentially from their families and their communities for years. And so there was a significant movement to lobby and produce change and liberate these people. And the governor of Florida at the time was receptive to this, who happened to be Republican. My understanding is that the George Bush campaign was receptive to this. They may have been playing political games. I'm not sure. I wouldn't say that Muslims were like leaning to the right and like were identifying as Republicans, but in that election, they happened to think that George Bush potentially would be the better candidate for Palestine overall, but also specifically when it comes to the use of secret evidence to lock up Muslim Americans. And so that's ultimately what it came down to. Now, that election was very, very close. The size of the Muslim community played a difference for sure. Like, till this day, no one really knows what the actual vote count was. Some people say Bush won by 7,000 votes. Some people say as few as like 70 votes. There have been so many vote recounts, and the numbers change every single time. Whatever the numbers are, though, it's clear that like the Muslim community was large enough to actually swing that election. And ever since, people are like, oh, the Muslim community in Florida could potentially swing the U.S. election. And there's some truth to that. But there was also a lot of fraud during that time. Al Gore initially won Florida, but then there were several recounts that gave it to George W. Bush. And at the time, his brother was governor of Florida. And, the people in charge of recounting and overseeing that process were Republicans. There were reports of people who were either dead or felons that aren't allowed to vote, that are in jail, that somehow miraculously voted. And so there was a lot of fraud. And so it's difficult in reality to actually blame it on the Muslim community. But the Muslim community definitely played a role, and definitely in Florida, in Tampa specifically, we were leaning towards George W. Bush. I remember as a kid rooting for George W. Bush, not really understanding why. But yeah, I remember rooting for George W. Bush, and I thought this is a good thing that he's won. And so there's some truth to it. Yeah.
Huh. Yeah. So you had all this kind of activism in college specifically and University of South Florida. And if people want to check out, there are a lot of videos about a whole saga where you were trying to bring divestment to the student body or the student government, and they blocked you. The university itself intervened to block that vote from ever happening. And a lot of Zionist organizations started targeting you specifically by name because of your role in, for example, generating a petition, getting the most signatures out of any petition that had been on campus up to that point. And so you became a target of Zionist organizations, multi-million dollar organizations. You're featured on Canary Mission, for example, and elsewhere. So how was that experience for you as a college student who's trying to not only, do this whole divestment campaign, getting the university divested from Zionist companies or Israeli invested companies? How was that whole experience for you?
Yeah, obviously it's a very important experience in my life. It was transformative for sure. And it taught me, how the real world works. And it was a little microcosm on my college campus. But a lot of these people who make up student government end up growing up to be part of, the American political system. They go on to become congressmen, senators. They get involved in think tanks. They become judges. So a lot of the people who pursue political power on college campuses end up, entering the real political world. And so it was just all the nonsense you can imagine in the American political system. It just manifested itself on this tiny college campus. Well, tiny, I guess, in comparison to the rest of the world. But, USF is quite a large campus. And we collected, as you said, the largest petition in the history of that university. And to my knowledge, it's the largest student petition from any college campus in all of North America. And the reason why we set out to achieve that 10,251 signature petition was because we initially started with a non-binding resolution. Non-binding meaning this is a student resolution, a referendum that students will vote on, yes or no. Do you agree or do you not agree? And the question was centered around the investments of the university. We had done research and discovered, like most other universities in the country, our university, USF, was invested in corporations complicit in the occupation of Palestine. And so you can imagine like Caterpillar, they make these militarized bulldozers that Israel uses to wipe out homes in Gaza. Well, USF was investing in this company. They're investing in the military industrial complex. All the bombs that are dropped on the people of Gaza historically, but also most recently in this genocide, USF invests in that, and so do many other universities. And so Palestinian civil society called for the BDS movement, and they encouraged students to bring the discussion and debate around Israel-Palestine to the college campus, and to do so through the vehicle of divestment. And so we didn't actually expect to end those investments right away, but we thought at least we can share our opinion, right? And so it's just a non-binding resolution, yes or no. Non-binding meaning it has no weight. It's not going to actually achieve anything, doesn't force anyone to do anything. And it was one of the most voted on referendums in student government history at the time. And the university didn't even publish the results. They sent an email preemptively to not only all the students, but all students, faculty, and staff. So the entire community, like 50, 60,000 people are receiving an email that only 3,000 students voted on and was non-binding. And they told them this was an illegal referendum. It shouldn't have taken place. It'll never take place again, but we encourage you to vote. Don't forget to vote for the school t-shirt. And they even linked a picture of the t-shirt. Like, you guys can talk about this. You can talk about clothes. You can talk about food, but just don't talk about things that actually matter. And so I was devastated, because before that, and we'll talk about this later, I'm sure, when we talk about like my background and my interests, but I never really applied myself in my life, like ever. So when I got to college, I was just kind of like aloof, this goofy kid wasting time, joking around. And then like most young men, I had this like epiphany that, hey, you're not going to live forever and that you should do something more valuable with your time. And so I finally applied myself, and I worked very hard to educate myself so I could, lead this movement, which I didn't do alone. There are many other men and women who helped me at the time that were very important to this, but there's no doubt about the fact that, I was at the forefront of it. And so I educated myself and I applied myself. And The first time I apply myself in the university is like, this doesn't count. It's like, what? Like, I tried so hard for this. So that inspired us. Okay, fine. If student government can be undermined like this and our voices can be silenced, then we'll create a petition made up of students with their official student signatures outside of student government. So you can't invalidate this. And that's why we went out and we created this very large petition that took us a year to collect and a year to organize. So we spent that entire summer diving deeper on these investments. And we even like finessed one of the investment managers at USF. We told him, hey, we're writing a thesis on college endowments. Like, can we interview you? And he ended up just spilling the beans on all their investments. So we collected even more information. And we discovered that while they were sanctioning Iran, USF was invested in companies doing business with Iran. So USF was violating the US law and these sanctions against Iran, doing business with them indirectly through a Chinese company. So we were able to discover all kinds of things. And oh my God, we organized so many events and we brought speakers and a horde of us. The reason why we were able to be so successful, and we'll talk more about like my personal motivations and the motivations of others in our group, but SJP has this reputation of being like more liberal or leftist, but our SJP was very unique in the sense that we were more, I wouldn't describe myself as conservative, but in general, our organization was a lot more conservative and Islamic. And so we were SJP and we had liberals and leftists part of it, but we were led mainly by Muslim, Arab. I'm not Palestinian, but the majority of the organization was made up of Palestinian women wearing the hijab, wearing the abaya, and going out in the heat, collecting signatures. And because we're a commuter school, we're all a 15-minute drive from here. And they're like, hundreds of local Muslims that are 15-minute drive that are attending USF. So we were able to snap our fingers and have a large event, have a large protest, have an army of people collecting signatures. And yeah, we just really dedicated ourselves, and we were so impactful that the Zionists on campus, there was an email that was leaked to us once where I don't know if it was just like them trying to raise money or if they actually meant it or both, but the local Zionist organization, their leader reached out to like the pro-Israel Zionist Jewish community in Sarasota, which are, it's a very wealthy community. They reached out to them and said, we can't compete on campus. SJP has Qatari funding and they have millions of dollars. And we think we need about $2 million to defeat them. When in reality, wallahi, we had nothing except whatever money was provided to us by the university itself, because every student group can get access to like $2,500 a semester or something like that. And so it was just our drive, our energy, our passion, and our numbers. And we were very dedicated to this. Like, it was a petition, yes, but this was like our direct fight for Palestine. We knew like we can't assist in any other way. So this is the way. So we would fast on Tuesdays and we would, pray together and make dua for our success. And we did all kinds of things, and it was a very like spiritual movement as well, alhamdulillah. And it was transformative for me, and it was impactful, and it definitely put not just me but every member of our organization on a list. We became targets, and Canary Mission is an example of that.
Yeah, so you're talking about your inspiration. I think you have discussed with Sami Al-Arian before, or he was featured in one of your documentaries, I think. But have you any like type of Palestinian leader from the US like that inspires you, or that you saw as a mentor or worked with?
So Dr. Sami Al-Arian is a leader and a mentor for anyone who grew up from my generation in Tampa, Florida. All of us, I was very young at the time when he went through his trial. I was very young at the time when, he was leading the community of the school that I went to and the masjid that I attended mostly. But he, made an impact on me and many other people in our community. And I think when we witnessed the injustice that he and his family faced, which was obviously politically driven and motivated, it was simply because of his Palestine activism and his effectiveness as a leader. Like he was a brilliant man, an excellent public speaker. He was passionate and energetic and driven, and he was just really good at what he did. And after 9/11, there was a Zionist effort to undermine communities all across the country in order to defend Israel from criticism. And so he was definitely a target, and he and his family suffered for that. And so definitely, he didn't like directly mentor me or anything like that, but obviously he made an impact. And I remember I didn't do this for him, but I remember there was a moment, because we organized divestment on our college campus for years. The petition, by the way, which I was ranting about earlier, was rejected. But we didn't give up. We kept for years. Even after I graduated, we would work with other students who were like freshmen and sophomores who were still behind, and we would work with them to organize. So we had many other resolutions, and we were just driving the Zionists crazy. And it got to a point where we wanted to directly confront the university president, who was a Zionist Jewish American. We don't care about her identity or her faith, obviously, but she was the leader of the university, and obviously, as much as she tries to pretend she wasn't involved in undermining our work, she was definitely involved in doing so. And she was a big part of the propaganda and the case against Samuel Arian. She unjustly fired him and basically condemned him as a terrorist. And so she was a big reason why he and his family suffered. And so when I went to ask her on camera in the university, I was like, hey, why do you keep rejecting the petition? I just want to ask you. And she completely ignored me and walked right by me. And I think after this, after years of being ignored, I was like, if I could curse right now, I would say the F word, but F that. Okay, you want to ignore me? Fine. I'm going to raise my voice even louder. And so I started following her in front of thousands of students in the student center, like, hey, why do you keep denying and ignoring the students? Why are you allowing the university to invest in weapons that are killing innocent people? And I did this on camera, and she was humiliated. And she went to her car, and I followed her all the way to her car outside in the parking lot. And she got in her really fancy Mercedes and drove away. And, I kind of feel bad. She's a lady. I didn't mean to intimidate her, but she ignored me completely. So I was like, I'm going to do this. And then it went viral. It was all over social media, and people were talking about it. And at that point, it was towards the end of her career. People were happy to see her go. And so it was kind of a moment of humiliation for her. So I don't like to say I'm happy that I humiliated her, but I did think that, well, many years ago, you humiliated one of the leaders of our community, and now you're being humiliated because of your own actions, your own doing. You're refusing to talk about this. And so you're forcing me to confront you in this way. And that has become, a moment of humiliation for you. And so, yeah.
You really are an anti-Semite.
I suppose so. Yeah, if that makes you an anti-Semite, then yeah, I guess so.
Yeah. So yeah, I didn't realize that. It's interesting that you say it doesn't really matter her ethnicity, but she's like a hardcore Zionist and Jewish American. So being in that position, like what percentage of USF is Jewish? That the president is going to be a Jewish president?
Yeah, I don't know. It's not many people, and I don't know exactly the specifics of how she rose to power, but she had a very long tenure, and a lot of people actually, they like her. They say she did a lot of good things, but I'm like, colleges are a scam, bro. They're non-profits, but they're really just one big for-profit industry overcharging people to study things that they could learn in a YouTube video, So, but don't get me started on the college system in the United States.
No, please. Tell us more about, for example, if you have kids, inshallah, are you going to send them to college?
It depends. I don't know. By the time, if I ever have kids, inshallah, but if I have kids and they grow up and they're old enough, let's say if I had a kid this year, so 18 years from now, they're ready to go to college. I don't know what AI and automation is going to be like. So the economy might change drastically. The job market might change. So I don't know if there's still some kind of college system that's worth going to and it's affordable and it actually makes a difference in their life, then yes. But we'll see.
So you were disillusioned from the system, you said, going through this experience at such a young age. Mm-hmm. But you decided to participate in the system in another attempt when you actually ran for Florida Congress. So that
Florida State House of Representatives. Yeah,
State House Representative as an independent. This was in 2017, I believe.
Yeah.
So what was your mindset with that? Why did you run as an independent? Tell us more.
So when I graduated college, I've always been like a rebel without a cause. Then I had a cause. Then I graduated college, and I wanted to continue my rebellion. I wanted to continue my activism, but now I was in the real world. Okay, now I was in this much bigger environment. And when you're in college, it's like, okay, there's the student government, and there's the president's office, and everything is within 1 to 2 square miles, and you have your community, you have your network, and you have a leadership position. When I graduated, I lost all that. And so I wanted to continue my activism somehow. I graduated with a degree in public relations, but I was like, I don't want to manage a Twitter account for Target or Walmart. That's not what drives me. What drives me is fighting this information war against the Zionists. That's what gives my life meaning and purpose. And so that's what I want to do. So I applied for jobs at like American Muslims for Palestine. I applied for jobs at Jewish Voice for Peace. I got an interview actually with Jewish Voice for Peace, but I didn't get the job. And alhamdulillah, I didn't. But they're a good organization. I've attended their conferences. I like them, but obviously we have very different ideas about many other things outside of Palestine. So I didn't end up getting the job with them, but I wanted to continue my activism. And so I decided to work for myself. And so I had a couple friends locally that were filmmakers, that were, creatives. And we said, okay, let's open up a studio together and let's continue our activism and let's make videos. Because during this time in college, I was still making content. Prior to my Palestine work, it was very silly content that I'm not very proud of, but it is part of my history, doing stupid pranks and things like that. But I wanted to do more serious content. And so we were like, let's do short films and we can still be playful. We do like political satire. So we did skits making fun of Donald Trump, making fun of Islamophobia. And we did short films on like Syrian refugees. And actually one of the videos we produced was picked up by Al Jazeera. And that was my way of continuing my activism. And that studio we founded was called Peace House. And so we basically continued to train college students at USF and also around the country. Like I would travel to other universities. We'd reach out to student groups and say, hey, can we come to your campus and train you and educate you about what we did? And if you want to replicate it, that's up to you. And they're like, yeah, sure. So we would invite them to Tampa, or we would go to their college campus and we would kind of self-fund this work. And it didn't last very long because we were young, passionate, creative, but did not know how to manage an organization or raise funds and become self-sustainable. Admittedly, that's something I still struggle with, but at the time it was a lot worse. And so that work couldn't last more than a couple of years, but that is basically how I continued my activism. Now, how this connects to me running for office, I got involved at the time with the Green Party. So there was this Dem exit movement where people were exiting the Democratic Party because they were cheating Bernie Sanders. And there was a lot of evidence of Hillary Clinton basically using, the super delegates, right? These like superpower delegates that are unelected positions that don't have to abide by the masses of people voting in primaries saying, hey, I'd like Bernie Sanders. And the super delegates like, well, I'm going to vote for Hillary Clinton. And so people were very upset by that. So they had this Dem exit event and there was a local Green Party meeting. The Green Party wanted to capitalize off this and say, hey, come to the Green Party and we can, vote for Jill Stein. And this might be a moment to attract millions of angry people and potentially create a viable third party candidate, get 5% of the vote. So we get down ballot access across the country and get a government funding for our party. And this could be like a launching pad, maybe 10, 20 years from now, this election could be the reason that there's a third party, a viable third party in the United States. So I was like, okay, I like this. Do you guys have a place to meet? They're like, no, we always meet in the local library. I'm like, okay, well, you're more than welcome to meet in my production studio. Let's start, let's make content and let's organize people. So that's what I did. The Green Party started meeting out of my studio. And funny enough, actually the local Progressive Democratic Party, they were like, hey, we don't have a place to meet. I'm like, okay, you guys can meet in my studio as well. So there'd be like a Green Party meeting, it would end, then the Democrats would come. And, my studio became a place for like activists and people to meet and things like that. And so being part of the Green Party, it came down to, okay, Jill Stein lost the election miserably, but the fight doesn't stop. What are we going to do next? And so we're like, okay, let's look for a candidate to run for office. Now, God bless the people in the Green Party. There's some very nice, wonderful people in the Green Party, but a lot of the people that would attend these meetings were kind of like batshit crazy, like just all over the place. And so we're like, none of these people are viable candidates. So it basically came down to like, not to suggest that I'm more viable than other people. I know that sounds like really arrogant, but like, I was like, okay, no one wants to run. No one can run. I'll run. And I decided to run because there was a special election in my district, which was District 58 at the time. Now, since then, they've redrawn the districts, but District 58 was basically like my suburb, like Temple Terrace, including other areas. And the Republican resigned. And so there was going to be a special election in like 2.5 months. And generally, special elections only need 7,000 votes to win. I was like, well, we collected 10,000 signatures. Like maybe we can do this. So I consulted with people in the community and friends and activists, and they were like, if you run, we'll back you. Like, why not? What do you have to lose? So I decided to run, and we put together a pretty cool campaign. We were very active. We had a lot of volunteers. We were, using like new technology to text people. At the time, it was new. Like, now it's very common, but at the time it was like kind of a new thing. So we were texting people, calling them. To save money, we were sending out mailers, but to make it cheaper, we had to like put the stickers on ourselves. So for like days, we were like adding labels to like thousands of flyers so we could mail it out to people. And we tried very, very hard, but the Democratic Party like refused to have their candidate drop out. And so I was basically running against two Republicans initially that were like primarying each other, and they had like $300,000 each, and they were like going at it. One of them won, and then there was a Democrat, and then there was me. And I lost the election like the moment the Democrat decided to stay in the race, but I continued anyway, and we collected like 1,200 votes, maybe a little less than that. So it was a good experience, but that was like the end of my like political engagement. And I'm glad I didn't win. I wouldn't have produced any change. And I think, God knows, maybe I would have become like an AOC or a Ilhan, astaghfirullah, God forbid. Like, you never know. There's a lot of pressure in the system when you get elected to keep getting support and keep getting funding and keep getting votes. And then you have to cooperate with other people to get anything done. And then you're just one person with ideas that the vast majority of the system rejects. And you're up against a tidal wave of money. So you conform, or you lose. And so I'm glad I didn't go down that route. I don't know who I would have become, but it was a good experience, I think. And yeah, I mean, that's pretty much why I ran for office.
Related to that, there seems to be like a whole generation of American Muslims that are we're in the same boat maybe as you in terms of being very inspired by Bernie Sanders. And I remember, like, especially when he was going against Hillary for the Democratic candidacy, that a lot of Muslim youth were supporting him over Hillary, and they were kind of disillusioned by his loss and stepping aside basically for Hillary. What do you think happened to those Muslims, like in that generation? From my experience, I saw some of them like become completely disillusioned from the political process, and another group, they just became more establishment, like Democrat types, as opposed to being more on the progressive left. Is that your same perception of America? Like specifically, like the youth, specifically like your generation, maybe younger than me a little bit. Because there's been such a heavy like leftward trajectory for the Muslim community. And when Bernie Sanders became unviable as a presidential candidate, and maybe now more recently, like because he's been saying so many wrong things about Israel and Palestine, people have been very disillusioned maybe with the left-wing progressives. What has been your experience? Like, what is your perception of specifically that generation of American Muslims?
So it's hard for me to say. I've been like really disengaged, so I don't spend much time conversing with Muslims who still believe in the political process. So I don't know exactly what they think, but I can tell you that firstly, on the people who are actually on the left that hear people describe Bernie Sanders as the left, they vomit because they don't actually consider him to be a leftist, even though he describes himself as a democratic socialist, and perhaps he does have, left-leaning principles or ideas. As Chris Hedges describes, and he's been validated 100%, Bernie Sanders was a vehicle to draw people from the left and funnel them into the Democratic Party. And of course, his usefulness only existed for about 2 election cycles. He was basically useless this time, trying to tell people vote for Biden, and people just were fed up of him because those who did believe in Bernie Sanders at the time, they're like pragmatic leftists who were like, okay, I'll never see like Marxist ideas, and maybe or policies in the United States, but Bernie Sanders is as close as we can get to like universal healthcare and these other types of ideas. And so, yeah, I'll take a shot and I'll support him. those kinds of people were left disappointed, and so they would fragment. People would go to the Green Party, people would go to the Democratic Socialists of America, people would just be completely disillusioned and go even further to the left and say, like, I'm a straight up Marxist, or I'm part of the American Communist Party now. Or they would, if they did stick around, then they did so because they just trusted and believed Bernie Sanders' ideas, his values, and his pragmatism, which he describes as pragmatism. And so they just got sucked deeper and deeper into the Democratic Party. And I know some of these people, and while they have good intentions, at the end of the day, they're just, they still somehow believe that this is the vehicle, that this is the path. And it's kind of stressful and frustrating because they sort of mock those of us who are disillusioned, and they say, you don't have the stamina for this, or you don't know what it takes to create change, or, you guys are insane to think that there's some other way. Yet they're the ones who keep trying the same thing over and over and over again, and they failed miserably. And now they found themselves in this most recent election cycle trying to defend a party actively committing genocide in Gaza, and trying to, through mental gymnastics, make sense of that. And so I don't condemn these people as individuals, because in this world, everyone is trying to figure out what the best method for change is. And so I can't fault anyone for trying. There are so many different ways to try, and some people have to learn the hard way. I definitely learned, the hard way, and I continue to do so. So I won't condemn them as individuals, but I think the experience for most people is that they're completely disillusioned. And those that are like still left in this like Bernie Sanders camp, have just been sucked into the Democratic Party. And then those Muslims who run for office are doing so because they have their own personal ambitions. Perhaps they think they can do good, but they're not fooling me. They're not fooling many other people.
So you do have, even if you won't condemn individually, you think that they're ultimately like a force for bad, like ultimately, even if they're intending good, like you think this is actually something that is doing damage?
Well, here's how it could be good. If the Muslim community in America were like the Zionist Jewish community in America, where they play both sides and they have the system like financially rigged, right? And people say, "Oh, that's anti-Semitic to say." I'm just calling out the facts, brother. Like, they're very well organized. They decide who wins long before the election begins, and they do that because they've mastered the system. They know how to select districts and candidates and how much funding it's going to take, and they know what it takes to win. And they're behind the scenes, doing this and working every single day, and they're well connected and well organized. And so these people, if the Muslim American community replicated this, then they could be doing good. But because we're not that kind of, we're not that organized, we're not that well funded, and we're not playing both sides, I don't think they do like any real good for our community. Although I'll say this, as critical as I've been of Ilhan Omar and Rashida and AOC, actually forget AOC here, just Rashida Tlaib and Ilhan Omar, been very critical of them. And if you look at some of the earliest content of Propaganda and Co., you'll see my co-founder Nauman just roasting Ilhan Omar and Rashida Tlaib. But seeing them at least as a mouthpiece, even if a lot of it is performative, during the Gaza genocide, to me at least was like, okay, I don't think you're capable of producing any change. And there's a lot of issues with a lot of your ideas, but at least you were there being able to do that. So if there's any good, I suppose it can come from that. But I just don't see, I don't know how much damage they're doing necessarily. It depends, I guess, from which angle you're looking at it. Like religiously, you've done a lot to criticize imams who have, kind of gotten sucked into the Democratic Party and these like leftist, or let's say these liberal organizations and their protests, and they're speaking right next to the LGBTQ flag. Then in this way, yes, it can damage the Muslim community, but in other ways, perhaps like being able to use your platform in Congress to speak out about the genocide in Gaza can be good. So yeah, that's what I have to say about that.
But it seems to go against, like, if it's a problem for Muslims to be sucked into, like, put the religious questions aside, but for the Muslim community to be sucked into this false sense of complacency, or this false sense that, yeah, the system works and the system represents us, then don't these figures just play into that? Like, don't they just feed into that sense that is very destructive, as you've experienced personally?
Potentially, yes. So the problem is not us, I think, engaging the system. Is that we have no idea how to do so, and we don't have the power to leverage the system in a way that actually represents us. So I don't want to say like there's no point in trying, but definitely the way we're going about it, I think we just we get invited to the table, but we're really on the menu. And that's kind of the way that it's manifested itself at this moment in time. And we'll talk about maybe later like what my ideas or my hopes are or my visions are for like how we could potentially engage. But that's how I see it. So I don't focus too much on this. So I don't really have much more to say, to be honest
Sure.
with you.
Well, what is
But
your vision then? Like, let's just cut to the chase. Like, what is like your alternative?
okay, so I don't know how much of an alternative or a suggestion or a solution I can provide, but I'll just share with you like some of my thoughts and reflections that I've been having like over the last year or two. So one of what's so great about Islam is that it's so spread out all around the world that we can feel a connection, solidarity, camaraderie, brotherhood with people on the other side of the planet that look very different from you and I. So there are Muslims in Indonesia. You could go pray next to a Muslim in Indonesia. You could go to Morocco or on the other side of the planet and do so. But this is sort of a double-edged sword because of the size of the Ummah. We have people separated by thousands of miles, and their geography is completely different. Their interests are completely different. Their problems are completely different. And so while they might show solidarity with Palestine, it's kind of hard to expect an Indonesian to care too much or to do more. And I don't specifically name an Indonesian to say like they should be doing more. All of us are guilty of this. I mean, just a couple countries away from Palestine, there are fewer and fewer people. You become like less and less interested because you have other people you're worried about. So someone in Iraq might be more passionate about what Sunni or Shia are doing, and they might be more worried about Iraq or Iran. They might have more animosity towards Kuwait and vice versa. A Kurd is going to be more concerned about his relationship, with the Arab central government in Iraq or the Turks north of him. And they're going to be just, even though they're all Muslim and even though they might be sympathetic towards Palestine, because of our size, we're divided on what we're most passionate and concerned about. And then when we immigrate to the United States, we come here with these, just as people like my parents came here to seek a better life. I'm sure you ended up here for similar reasons, and many other people as well. And so when they come here, they don't expect to have to like build institutions to somehow affect policy to address these issues that are taking place on the other side of the planet. We come here to have a better living. And so I think what's nice though about us being in America, I think the Muslim American community can be a catalyst for positive change and the accumulation of more wealth and power in order to better represent the interests of our people, not so we can take over, non-Muslims around the world or something like that, but so that people can stop invading and destroying our homelands that we're still connected to, that we go back and we visit, that we have loved ones. When something happens, it's us who send our money back to go help our family members just so they can eat or so they can get an apartment because they've been displaced, things of that nature. And so coming here to America, I think if we can find a way using our faith to dissolve these geographical distances and borders that divide us and find more solidarity with one another, then we can build institutions that are designed not by people with good intentions. Because like in the last year, for example, with what's happened in Gaza after October 7th, I guess because of what I do, I become someone like a soundboard for people to pitch their ideas. And so people are like, brother, I have an idea for how I can create an organization that will liberate the entire Ummah. Like, this is the solution. Like, I hear this all the time, and no disrespect to this person, but you're not the first person to have this idea or to think about this. And they're completely unqualified. Like, this is an engineer and he wants to organize some kind of political organization. And he's like, I have an idea and here's my budget for $100 million. Like, I hear these kinds of ideas all the time. So we have good intentioned, well-intentioned people from our community who are disqualified, unqualified. They have absolutely no idea what they're doing, but they want to build institutions to represent us. We need to have the best and brightest among us come together through consent and solidarity to design, the institutions that will guide us, like as think tanks, as you've described. When we had our conversation a year ago when you were here, we talked about how the Muslim community invests way too much, and like, let's buy this old church or this plaza, or let's build a brand new masjid that's going to cost us millions of dollars so we can come pray. There's nothing wrong with building masajids and expanding these communities, but we don't have any think tanks. We don't have any institutions where the best and brightest among us are coming together and determining like how we should engage the political system. So we're just, all these people, these activists from the community are like, oh, I want to help. I'll run for office and I'll do this and I'll do that, with no vision, with no guidance, with no strategy, with no tactics. And so, of course, we're just like getting involved in the political system. We're being taken advantage of. And the Zionists are just having a good old laugh because they're like, you guys have no idea how to play the game. And so I guess my vision would be that as a Muslim community that's divided by the regions of the world we come from, we strengthen our faith and our solidarity with one another, but we also select an issue that can help us do so or expedite that. And I think that issue primarily right now is Palestine. I think all Muslims around the world can agree, and those who are here in the United States can agree, that the U.S.'s role in funding the genocide and sustaining the occupation of Palestine needs to come to an end. And we can potentially be part of the process that could make that difference. But we're so far away from doing that. We need to pool our resources together, invest in the individuals that can put their minds together and develop this institute. And I know this, you're probably listening to this like, all right, brother, this is not like a unique idea. You're saying get the smartest people in the room and let them organize these institutions. But I think there's the fundamental basic aspect of how to like bring a community together and bring a vision. And I think that's what we need to do. And I think we should do so for Palestine. And I think through that, obviously there are other issues that we can care about and address, like what's happening in Syria or in other parts of the world. But we build the institution that is well equipped and, experienced enough, knowledgeable enough, wise enough on how to assess these situations and how we can make an impact on them. And we do that by building it first. And I think the vehicle for us to build it and enact it and bring it into life and actually produce some kind of change, I think can and should be through the issue of Palestine. So we should use the issue of Palestine to unite our community and build these institutions.
What do you think is the big obstacle to this? Like, because as you said, people have thought of this idea and it just doesn't seem to take root and really go anywhere. And we're not like immigrants. Like, I'm second generation. So I was born here and now I'm getting to middle age, and Muslims have been here in big numbers for decades, right? Even if you don't want to go all the way back to the founding of the US and slavery, Muslim slaves. But if you want to keep it more recent to the 20th century, we've been generations in America. But what is preventing, like, that's the question that I always have. Like, what is preventing Muslims who, they do have a lot of resources, they are able to build some institutions. Unfortunately, a lot of the institutions are completely dysfunctional. That's kind of the disillusioning thing for me personally. Like, there are a lot of these organizations that exist. They operate under with millions of dollars. They involve hundreds of people, and they are very dysfunctional. Like, they're operating in this kind of very toxic way, that whether it's because of corruption, whether it's because of incompetence, whatever it may be. So I think part of the solution is figuring out what is the roadblock, like what is the obstacle that trips us up whenever we want to get to a point where we can make a big difference. Do you have any thoughts on that?
I have thoughts. I don't know how profound they'll be, but I mean, look, people who came to this country built institutions and they tried, and there's no way to expect any generation to come and get it right on the first time, or even the second try, or the third try. It's going to take a lot of different iterations. I think when it comes to the existing institutions we have, they're trying to do too much, and it's because of how diverse our community is and how many issues of concern there are, because we don't come from one place on the planet. And so because there isn't a priority or a hyper focus on like one particular issue, we end up spreading ourselves too thin. And there seems to be like a crossover of interests and ideas, and so we just become less impactful. So I think creating an organization and really prioritizing what the focus is and how we're going to get there, and centering it around the idea that this organization exists for this reason. We're trying to achieve this goal, and our focus is always centered on that, and we have to remain united towards that goal. And so despite the fact that there will be things that divide us, and there'll be reasons to disagree, ultimately we'll prioritize the interests of the organization and the goals we're trying to achieve. Now, this sounds very vague and general, I know, but I guess, for example, when it comes to Palestine, like, I know, like, for example, Care National is not meant to specifically like represent Palestine. And I'm just using them as an example because they're like the best, most well-known example of an institution. And there's a lot of good from it, and there's a lot of bad, So I'm not criticizing the individuals or the institution just because I know these people have good intentions and they're trying. So, but we'll just use them as an example. Since Palestine's not the focus, there isn't really consistency on like who they can collaborate with or partner with. And so there have been like soft attempts, or very real attempts, I should say, to like normalize with Zionist organizations. Zionist organizations might condemn Islamophobia. And so we're like, oh, okay, that's something we agree on, right? At the same time, like, these organizations are connected to either directly or indirectly to other organizations as part of an umbrella that actually fund and spread Islamophobia, in this country. And so you look at that and you say, like, how can we even be involved or affiliated with such people and such organizations? We seem confused, and I think it's because we actually are. We don't really have specific things that we're focusing on, and that may be why we come across so confused. But there are probably other people that could give you some better feedback or ideas about this. I don't want to. If anyone's involved with Care, it's not that Care can't be criticized. They should be criticized. I've definitely criticized them in the past. But if you're listening, I'm not using you as an example to demonize you or the work that you've done, because I don't want to profess to I don't want to profess to know better. I don't. But I think from my experience, from what I've seen, I think we need to maybe start over, go back to the drawing board, and really figure out what our strategy is, what we're focused on, and have the actual, the most qualified people in the room to do so with a spirit of unity, and start from there, maybe.
Okay. Tell me more about Prop and Co. Like, what is, because you mentioned Peace House already, and Peace House was, for those of you who aren't familiar with it, this is from, I guess Peace House started 10 years ago, about a decade ago, right?
Yeah.
And it's focused on skits. One of your videos, you had Muslims read hateful comments. It generated almost 2 million views. It went viral. That's actually how I heard about Peace House 10 years ago, is through that one video. And so then now you have Prop and Co., which is very different in style and focus. So what's the inspiration behind Prop and Co.? What's the vision? What are you trying to accomplish? And as you're speaking, I'll flash the homepage on the screen so that people can go and subscribe.
Yeah, definitely. Excellent. I really appreciate that. So Propaganda and Co., Peace House came to an end about 7, 8 years ago. And like I said, there were a lot of challenges that we had with funding, and eventually, we had differences of opinion. And so we all just went about our ways separately. And during that time, I moved to LA for a bit. I, was doing some production work out there. It wasn't really for me. I moved back to Tampa. I almost went to law school. I decided not to. But during that time, I was learning a lot. I was expanding my mind. I was reading more. I was listening to more podcasts and lectures, and just expanding my knowledge and my understanding of the world. And I just became really interested in like global economics and geopolitics and history, and just consuming as much information and knowledge as I could. And I decided, like, I don't want to just consume. I want to try and contribute and produce my ideas. And so I started Propaganda and Co. during COVID, and I did so satirically. Like, I wanted to, do serious work and inform people, but at the same time, I did want to kind of, include some of that satirical element from the Peace House days. And you see that in some of our animated skits that we've done. Like, we did the election with Netanyahu and Biden, it's kind of vulgar, or it's very vulgar, I should say. But yeah, I wanted to include a satirical element, and I wanted to like embed that in the name. And it's just kind of an acknowledgement, propaganda and co, right? It's an acknowledgement that all information really is propaganda. And that's, kind of our byline, right? Everything is propaganda. And so even if no matter how much you try to pretend to be objective, you have biases and you're trying to propagate a message that you're most passionate about. And so I wanted to just get that across right off the bat with the name. And so you'll see people on like Twitter, when they disagree with us, there's this really cliche comment, but they'll be like, man, propaganda and co, like the name really suits you. And it's like, yeah, that's the point, So I acknowledge that I myself, I'm spreading propaganda, and I'm not ashamed of that. It's all propaganda. And so it's who can propagate their message the best. And so that's one aspect of it. The other thing is just like, I wanted to do videos that expanded people's minds to help them understand like raw realities of the world. And so geopolitics for me is that way. I guess like as an activist, my journey to understanding the world, I started in college, and then I, ran for office, and then I became disillusioned with the political system, and then just, continuously trying to pursue the truth and understand like, why are things really the way they are, and why are they happening? And I think there are two ways for people to really understand what's behind the veil, because everything you see in the media is garbage. Whatever you on the surface level, you're just being manipulated, you're being lied to, you're being told like we are morally superior and this is what's happening in the world. And it's just to seek your consent, to manufacture your consent so that you can be in line with what they want to accomplish, because it benefits them ultimately. That's how I would summarize it. So if you want to look behind the scenes, if you want to stop being lied to, and you want to look at the ugly truth, then there are two, places that you should start. One is history, right? Nothing will teach you more about human civilization and raw human nature than history itself. And two, geopolitics. If you want to understand why something is happening, you look deeper and you realize that these decisions are governed by something greater than people's ideals or their values. And I think Syria, which we'll get to, is an excellent place where you can kind of see that manifest in kind of understand what I'm trying to describe there. But of course, there are plenty of other examples. And so, yeah, I just became like really passionate and interested in geopolitics. And so, I just wanted to produce content that helped people like expose themselves to the propaganda, then cut through it, and then just, understand what's happening. And then after consuming that information, perhaps they might, think of a way to try and address that. So.
Yeah, it's very effective, mashallah, like the type of content that you produce, whether it's long form interviews, but also some of the shorter analyses. Like the two most popular videos on the channel are, I'll just show it on the screen, this red cow might destroy the world. So it's very popular, and my kids love this. Like my kids just love watching this video, and they were very excited that I was gonna be interviewing you, because they're like,
that's awesome.
They love this video, and it's just very effective, mashallah. And then how Hamas survived, this is one of your more recent videos, and also has gotten good traction, and it's just like a very well done, like, because you not only bring in good analysis and a lot of insightful points that people might not get from other sources or even mainstream sources, but you also add the visual element and the visual editing that makes it exciting, makes it watchable, makes it engaging. So that requires an artistic talent. Like that's your artistic side, I think, that really comes out. And that's why you're such an interesting person to talk to, because you're bringing in these different talents into one person and into one effort or one project. Is there any kind of inspiration that you have on the artistic side, like in terms of video editing or filmmaking or production?
Yeah, definitely. So, okay, first I'll say I appreciate you showing the YouTube channel, but I wish YouTube hadn't like removed some of our other videos, because we'd have videos in the millions. So I just want to point out that we've had like much more viral and more successful videos on Instagram, on YouTube, and on X. On Instagram and YouTube, they've been deleted. Like the video I'm most proud of that people have called my magnum opus, and that I personally believe is my magnum opus as well, is the truth about October 7th, what really happened on October 7th. And if you go to my X account, you'll see it's pinned there. But when I posted that to Instagram, that got like 9 million views in less than 24 hours. And then it was deleted, and my account was deleted. And I only because of my attempts to appeal the decision over and over and over again through like human resources at Meta was I able to get my account returned to me 5 separate times. But every time a video went viral, whether it was exposing the mass rape hoax, whether it was the truth about what happened on October 7th, or one of my first viral videos, which basically very early on, before we had any evidence of the Hannibal Directive, alluded to the idea of the Hannibal Directive, which I did by sourcing articles from Max Blumenthal and Ali Abu Nima from Electronic Intifada and the Gray Zone. And basically, just suggested to people that, hey, the Israelis are the ones who are responsible for all this carnage and destruction and death on October 7th, because they were just using their Apache helicopters and their tanks to just decimate everything they saw. And because that was very early on, that went ballistically viral, but YouTube removed them, Instagram removed them. But now to answer,
did they give any reason for that?
They would say, to be honest with you, I don't recall. I have so many screenshots of when it would get removed, but it was always some vague nonsense excuse like this violates, our terms and policies or some nonsense like that. But really what was happening, and this is usually the case, Zionists see a video that's performing really well. It's like the tree that, grows the tallest, and then it just gets exposed and they chop it down. So they would identify whether it was my videos or videos from other people. If a video is doing really, really well, they mass report it and they flag it. And they use their personal connections that they have, for human resources at these companies. And they tell them, we need you to take this video down. And so that's how these videos would get taken down. Because initially, as you know, when you upload a video to YouTube, the algorithm is very rigorous. It will tell you before it's even done uploading whether this violates their policies. Like, how do they know that, right? That it's because it has the ability to recognize visuals and say, like, okay, this is a logo of a terrorist organization, for example, that we don't approve of. Therefore, we're going to remove this. Or you're using copyrighted music, or even if you used like in a 15-minute video, a copyrighted sound for 6 seconds, that will get it removed. So they already have enough tools to determine whether you actually violate their policy. So if you're able to still upload and be monetized, then theoretically you've done nothing wrong. So it's the Zionists who identify the video, mass report it, get it taken down. So that's mostly the reason why that was happening. Now, to answer your question about like my artistic style, I guess, I, on the side, to make a living, I produce content for clients. And in doing so, I observe other videographers and people who produce content for social media. And so you'll notice a lot of like elements, visual elements that you see or that are common that everyone uses. And I'm sure even in your videos, if you have editors taking clips, they use this as well. But, the use of sound effects, flares, right? These lens flares to use as transitions and things of that nature. And so I incorporate some of those elements to just let people feel like this is a high quality production. So there's a lot of garbage on social media, but when you watch my video, you're going to see it's filmed well, it's edited well. And so don't worry, this is going to be an enjoyable quality and, experience. So if you keep watching, it'll be beneficial and for you and you'll enjoy it. So that's one aspect. I try to prioritize quality. The other aspect is, and I think this is connected to my experience as an activist, but in college, like when you're trying to communicate an idea, people are so busy in their lives. They have so much going on. They might support you, they might sympathize with you, but they don't care, right? Like, as there's a genocide in Gaza, that's awful. I wish that wasn't happening. And if it was up to me, it wouldn't happen. But I have a job. I have kids. I have things to worry about. So yeah, I might sign the petition, and then that's all you're going to get from me, right? So what we really prioritized while I was an activist in college was short, concise, clear messaging. Get your point across as quickly as you can to not inconvenience this other people and to not confuse them, to just make it very simple for them to understand. So prioritizing this clear, quick, concise communication. And of course, I studied public relations and I guess the art of communication and understanding that to communicate an idea across to people, they need to be exposed to something like 5 to 10 times at least. And then it'll like really sink in, because you're competing, especially in this day and age in social media. Content is everywhere. It's there's so much saturation. And so if you want people to stop and watch your video, you need to grab their attention very, very quickly. You need to, show them this is a quality production. This is unlike most of the content you see on social media. And you're going to this is a big topic, but don't worry, I'm going to simplify it for you and make it very clear to understand. So stay with me. And those ingredients and elements, I don't do perfectly with every video I do. Some of them I do very well. Like you mentioned the red heifer video. That I'm so proud of the first minute and 20 seconds, because it's so much. It's hey, the world is gonna end. It's wow, this big dramatic, intro, and then it's and it's all because of this red cow, and and there's all these different converging ideologies and religions and superstitions and the end of the world, and it's all converging on this one point, and the thing that's gonna tip it over is this red cow. And there's the dramatic music and the editing elements. And so I'm very proud of that particular video and the way I try to grab people's attention and set the tone for the rest of the video. And I describe it as a Maginot Line. When the French, after World War I, they were very nervous that the Germans would invade them again. And so they developed something called the Maginot Line. And the Maginot Line was a series of turrets and little forts and bases that were closer to the German border that they could use to defend against the horde of Germans crossing their territory. But because they didn't have the funding, the further the line went, the cheaper the quality and the production went. So they would first build this really big one, then it'd be oh, we're running out of money. So it would get cheaper and cheaper. So I view my videos the same. The most important part is the beginning. So I invest the most in the beginning. I need to make sure that I'm getting your attention and I'm maintaining your attention. That way I don't have to work as hard for the rest of the 15 minutes. I've already earned it from you. So now you're willing to, oh, okay, this seems very entertaining. I'll give you 20 minutes of my life. And my brother was telling me once, he's Ahmed, he's married, I'm not, he's got a kid. So he's busier and he's driven crazier than I am. He was Ahmed, I have time maybe for 1, maybe 2 YouTube videos a day. So that when he said it out loud, I was wow, he's right. Most people don't consume as much content information as I do. I'm constantly glued to social media, consuming content so I can make better content. When my brother put it that way, I was okay, so my job is to try and be that one video you watch today. So I have to make it as entertaining and as good as I possibly can in order to keep your attention and earn your time for the day, which is really humbling. I'm very grateful that people give me 20 minutes of their life, or they give me 2 or 3 hours to listen to my conversations or my podcasts. That's asking for a lot. And I think just appreciating that inspires me to try and make the best, most creative content that I possibly can.
In the writing process, how difficult is that? Do you think that's the biggest challenge for you is the writing process, or do the words just come and flow freely from you and then it's more difficult to visualize? What is exactly the process that you have when you're writing something that you're trying to make a red heifer video, or what happened on October 7th video? That, are you thinking, oh, I'm going to write it this way because I want this visual on the screen? Or does the visual aspect not even enter your mind? You're just, what is the best thing to say and how to say it? What is your process for that?
Yeah, I start with the topic I want to communicate, and then why. I think it's really important. People will listen to anything you want to discuss. If you want to talk about potatoes, there's your topic, right? But why? So you need to really invest in the why I'm bringing this topic up to you. And so I start with, obviously what I want to talk about. And that honestly can be very difficult for me because it takes me quite a bit of time and effort to produce a video, right? Even though if I sit down, I can knock out a video like this, right? But there's a lot that goes into it before I actually sit down and start cooking. So because of how quickly social media moves and the topics change, in the past, if something went viral, it might be a viral topic for 2-3 days. Now it's a viral topic for 2-3 hours. And then it's 10 other topics that are going viral and people are discussing and talking about. So, and then someone just gets on an iPhone and they use a TikTok green screen and they make a video, and it's hard to compete against that. So I am very selective with what I want to discuss before I invest time in it. It has to be something that can, isn't necessarily a temporary fleeting topic. That's the first thing. The other thing is that the writing experience is always different for me. even though I have this idea, this formula for like how to maintain someone's attention and hook them for the rest of a video, it's difficult to replicate every single time. But I do have a bit of a formula, and I try to stick to that formula. I basically try to, like, in as few words as possible, communicate to people what I'm going to be discussing and why it's important for them, because you really have to incentivize the viewer to stick around. You have to convince them that, and the algorithm does a pretty good job of connecting people to what they're already interested in. But even within like geopolitics or Palestine, people are interested in Palestine, but they might not be interested in what I have to say about Palestine. There's a million other people making, videos about Palestine. So I have to do a very good job of explaining to them why what I'm about to say is important for you to understand. This is going to benefit you today because it's going to change your perspective, or it's going to help you gain a deeper understanding of what's actually happening. So there's that element. And then, I really invest in trying to simplify it, because for me, I have a little monkey brain. I'm not the smartest guy in the world. People think I'm articulate and eloquent because of the way I cut my videos. So when you watch me in my videos, like, mashallah, this guy, like, he's so smart. But hearing me talk in this live stream, I'm sure people are like, God, shut up. You're ranting and and ahs, and like, you're not that eloquent. And I'm not. But to understand something, I have to dumb it down and simplify it first for myself. And after I've gone through the filter of stupidity, which is the human flesh bag that I'm in, I then communicate. I then put it on, words to paper, and like, okay, I understand it, and this is how I did so, and this is how I can help you do so. And so I try to simplify it. And that's when I start to visually think, like, what else can I show to help them really grab the concept? So if you watch some of my videos, I use these like really cheap infographics and elements that I animate, and it's kind of like a moving McDonald's menu. It's so simple to understand, like the red heifer, and here's the relationship with the Star of David, like this represents Zionism, and it's very basic, but you move it and it's entertaining to watch, and it really helps you, like, okay, I get it. And maybe people aren't as stupid as I am and they don't need all that, but I find that it's been like very helpful for me, and it's made my videos really successful. People seem to enjoy it. So yeah, I prioritize clear, simple, creative communication.
Yeah, mashallah, I think you are articulate in a live context as well. So no problem there.
Thank you.
But,
thank you for the validation.
But mashallah, the ability to meld good research, good analysis with visuals, like, because usually people have teams. Like, people have teams that one person does the writing, one person does the visuals, one person does the research, whatever it may be. So, but with you, you're bringing it all together. So continuing on your work with Prop and Co, you have had a lot of controversial guests. So, and you've gotten a lot of criticism for bringing some of these guests and discussing with them. People like Aaron Matei, people like Jackson Hinkle.
People like you.
I can't imagine why anyone have a problem with me.
Well, take a look at the retweet. When I retweeted the post that you made advertising, I mean, it's people. There was one guy who like roasted both of us, you and I together, and then blocked me. So they didn't even give me a chance to reply, But yeah, people were unhappy that I'm speaking to you. People are always unhappy about who I'm speaking to.
That's weird.
Sorry,
though.
Go ahead. Though. Continue.
I mean, the kind of animosity that you get is interesting, because it's not because you necessarily have a certain position on issues. It's just merely platforming.
Yeah.
And why are you platforming so-and-so? Why are you platforming this other person? So can you just speak to that more generally, like your philosophy when it comes to who you decide to interview? You said you were taunting some of the Syria activists, I guess, saying that you're going to platform Putin, Vladimir Putin. You're going to have him for an interview. that ruffled some feathers. But what's your philosophy with that?
So what's important to understand is Propaganda and Co, we have a bit of an ideological vacuum here. I am not like ideologically, most media brands exist to communicate a certain idea for like a tribe or a faction or a political ideology. I have, some ideas that are leftist in principle, but I'm not a leftist, and I don't exist to propagate leftist ideas. And so there are a lot of leftists who consume my content, and then they're shocked when they see me speak to someone that they hate, and they become very upset. I come from the Muslim community, but I'm not this like propaganda plugin, like Ahmed's brain, he's a Muslim American, therefore he thinks what every other Muslim American thinks. That's not me. I'm an individual, and I think for myself, and I gain an understanding of the world by exposing myself to different ideas and different, perspectives. And so that's why propaganda comes across as confusing. It comes across as maybe disloyal. Like some people think like, oh, well, you criticize Bashar al-Assad. Why are you then, like okay with Hezbollah? Why do you like praise what they've done against Palestine? So people just become upset because they don't understand who I am or what propaganda and co is. And so for me, I guess the one thing that will always be consistent at the center of propaganda and co is that if you're doing good work on Palestine, I'm going to talk to you. So you might be an Assadist, as people describe Jackson Hinkle, and for good reason. Jackson Hinkle, who I've bumped heads with on X before, he's still a friend of mine. We text every now and then. I'll admit that. But, Jackson and I bumped heads when he was praising Bashar al-Assad as a hero. And I've just found that to be like, delusional and laughable, and also like just unfair. Like Bashar al-Assad is a criminal. I've said that many times. Doesn't win me any fans because I'm not like going any further to join anybody's side. But Jackson Hinkle has done amazing work on Palestine. And I don't care what anyone says, despite his positions on Assad, he has given the Israeli government hell. He has trolled the Zionists. He has exposed the Zionists. He has amplified so much important work, including my work. And he has been an important part of debunking Zionist propaganda and spreading the Palestinian narrative. And so for that reason, I will speak to him, and I'm proud to do so. And the same is true of someone like Aaron Mate. Aaron Mate, and especially as an activist who was like part of SJP, Aaron Mate, Max Blumenthal, Ali Abu Nima, these are all people that, Syrian activists call Assadists, and they hate them. And anyone who affiliates with them should be ashamed of themselves. Well, for me growing up, these guys barely made a living, busted their ass traveling around the country to give speeches and to do their activism when they could have easily sold out to just be mainstream journalists and benefit from the Zionists. And they did incredibly important work documenting the Palestinian narrative and exposing Israeli crimes. And they made my work possible on college campuses. And so I remember when Max Blumenthal came to Florida, he came and he went on tour in the entire state, going to like every SJP to give a speech. And, he was promoting his book as well. But this guy, accepted very little pay. This guy, if we couldn't get him a hotel, he would stay in our house, like, just a very easygoing guy because he really believed in the cause. And he even assisted us with our investment research when we were like, hey, man, we ran into a little snag when we were like introducing him to what we do. And he's like, oh, I can help you with that. And within minutes helped us gain an even deeper understanding of USF's investments. So he's contributed a lot to the Palestinian cause. And the same is true of Aaron Mate. Aaron Mate, I think if you're an open-minded, like genuine person, despite maybe how angry it makes you that Aaron Mate, defended Bashar al-Assad at certain times, Aaron Mate on my podcast clarified his position and said, I wouldn't describe myself as an Assadist. But if you reject that, fine. If you're very upset at him, I think if you're an open-minded person, you'll understand that his work on Palestine at least makes up for that. And he's done incredible work when he could have sold out a long time ago like everyone else, but he didn't. And I think that says a lot about his character and his principles and his values. And, for me growing up, that was an inspiration. So I'm more than happy to speak to people like Aaron Mate, Max Blumenthal, Ali Abu Nima because of the work that they've done. That doesn't mean I have to agree with them on everything. So that's the consistent, I guess, glue that you'll find at Propaganda and Co. is that, if you're doing good work on Palestine, I'll speak to you. Now, in response to like people being upset at me talking to Aaron Mate, I've told them, look, if you want me to interview someone else, I will. I don't have a problem with it. I'm not trying to propagate a certain narrative. I just want to gain a deeper understanding of these people, their careers, their work. And then sometimes that happens to, bring up Syria. And so if there's anyone else you want me to speak to, I have no problem with it. But people just engage in cancel culture, They're very disrespectful. They say awful things. I've had people like send me really nasty messages, like threatening to like rape my family members. And these are Muslims, you know, like, okay, you're not really convincing me of your narrative. And I know some people might say, well, you're just reaching for the bottom of the barrel and you're picking the worst example. But if you look at my threads, if you look at my posts, you'll find dozens of these kinds of comments. The most polite comment is, you're a shameful human being. Like, okay, well, that's not very polite to say, and it doesn't really contribute to the conversation, but thank you, right? I can stomach that. But then when you're like, it goes beyond that, like questioning my faith, my intent, like, and it's kind of frustrating. And I'm sure you experience this as well. I think the people on X are the loudest minority, unfortunately, but you have people who consume content and then people who post content, and those who post are ideologically driven. And so they're going to be nasty. So they don't represent everyone, of course, but you know, with Aaron Mate, it's been really frustrating for me because, and before I start like lecturing to Syrians, Syrian activists, I'll say that I acknowledge the suffering of your people. I acknowledge the grievances that you have. I think if you severely dislike or even hate Hezbollah for, you know, them fighting to prop up Bashar al-Assad, they describe it as being in their interests. But you say, well, I don't care what's in your interest. You're not from Syria, and you're entering Syria to fight for the dictator who has, you know, oppressed us, killed us, jailed us. So I understand why you'd be upset with those kinds of people. And I understand why you would be upset that, you know, Aaron Mate would do journalism that would, you know, essentially absolve Bashar al-Assad of certain crimes. I understand why that might be disturbing to you. But in the same way that the Syrian activists and the Syrian American community we can point to, in the same way that they say, I know we're speaking to Joe Wilson, this Zionist congressman, and we're carrying him on our shoulders and we're praising him and singing for him. And I know it's kind of distasteful, and we're collaborating with this Zionist organization. I know that's problematic for Palestine, but like right now we have to do what's in our interest. This is what's best for Syria because we need to get these sanctions lifted. And so it's pragmatic. It's just realpolitik, right? That's what it is. We have to do what's good for us. Okay, well, I got to do what's good for Palestine. And what's good for Palestine is speaking to the people who have done incredibly important work on Palestine and learning from them and amplifying their work on Palestine. And so that's basically, you know, my attitude towards that. I don't like people trying to tell me who I can and can't speak to. That's one. That maybe it's just my pride or my arrogance, but I'm not going to ignore somebody just because you don't like it. The leftists right now are very unhappy with me because I spoke to Arsalan Hidayat, who's, you know, raising awareness about the Uyghur people of China, or in China, sorry, not of China, of East Turkestan, and they're in China currently. And, you know, there are people who have a lot of criticisms of him, and they're not happy with me for speaking to him. I don't care. I'm going to speak to him. I'm going to listen to him. And I'm also going to visit China and see for myself. And I'm going to speak to people who are critical of Arsalan Hidayat. So, you know, if you don't like it today, that's fine. You'll like it tomorrow. So it's not just in the context of Syria, but yeah, I am interested in learning more about the world and exposing my audience to that kind of propaganda and information, and letting them think for themselves. And then when I consume enough information, I think I have a proper understanding, because my opinion is, you know, actively being formulated. I do change my mind, you know, in bits and pieces. And then when I finally feel confident in what my assessment is, then I'll share my opinion in a well thought out video. And it's like, this is finally what I think on this topic. And so during that time, though, my process is to, you know, speak to people and keep learning and keep consuming information. And I just do that publicly for people. They watch my process in real time as I ask these questions and I learn, and they get to learn with me. And so if you're open to that, then Propaganda & Co. is for you. But if you're ideologically driven and motivated and you think I should only be propagating information that is consistent with the mainstream opinion of the Muslim American community, that's not me. If you think I'm going to be a leftist, anti-imperialist, and only, you know, hold and share your views, that's not me. That doesn't mean I'm not against imperialism. That doesn't mean I don't support the human rights of Syrian people. I'm just not your propaganda mouthpiece. And there are a million other platforms for you to choose from. So if you don't like it, keep it moving, brother. There are plenty of other places to go get your information.
I feel like both of us are in kind of the same boat when it comes to issues like Syria, because we don't fall into like one ideological camp, and we're kind of in the middle because we are not in the Assadist camp, because we are critical of Bashar al-Assad and his history. We are critical of what Iran has done, what Hezbollah have done, But at the same time, we also are looking at what the Palestinian resistance is doing and what the Palestinian resistance needs to continue to resist, and how they have been aligned and working with Iran, Hezbollah, etc. So that puts us kind of in this no man's land, and we get it from both sides.
Yeah.
But that's it's like very frustrating actually,
Yeah.
because both sides will say that you're an agent for the other side.
Hmm.
But what do you think is the issue specifically on the Assadist side, or the quote unquote Assadist side, if they don't actually identify as Assadists? Like, what are they not able to see? Because you've spoken to several of them, even someone like Scott Ritter. Like, what do you think is the mental block that prevents them from really seeing the crimes that Bashar has committed over 11 years? Like, what is really preventing them from appreciating that? Because when I hear some of them talk, it's like they really think that he's done no wrong. Like, they will admit almost nothing,
Yeah.
and it's
Well,
quite shocking.
if you poke them enough, they'll admit he has done something wrong. So what ultimately comes down to for them is the means justify the ends, and that if he did do something wrong, it's not actually his fault. He was pushed to do so. And that's what I have found, during my conversations with quote unquote Assadists. And I think they, like other people on the other side, they engage in a zero-sum game. So if you criticize Bashar al-Assad, you by extension are supporting his downfall, and you are responsible for HTS coming to power, and you are a supporter of who they call Jalani, who the other side, the Syrians, who support the fall of Assad, they call him Ahmed al-Shara. Whatever you call him, they think that by criticizing Bashar al-Assad, you are consenting to the fall of Bashar al-Assad and the usherance of this new Syrian regime, this new Syrian government. And that's not the case. I don't operate that way. I tried to hold my tongue on Syria for a very long time, even though for months people were like, hey, why are you speaking to this Assadist? Or why are you speaking to Sami Hamdi? Like, you need to pick a side. And I would always avoid the conversation because I knew, one, how toxic it was. Two, like, there's no winners here. Like, it's damned if you do, damned if you don't, if you share your opinion on this. And so I held my tongue. And it was only when Jackson Hinkle, in the lead up to Bashar collapsing, was just ranting about him being a hero, that I got triggered impulsively and broke my own rule. And I crossed the line and I said, I'm going to say something. And I tried to, thread the needle. And I was like, look, I support the resistance. I don't want to see their supply lines cut. I'm not saying that I'm supportive of this regime change operation, which objectively, if we're just being honest about it, the United States produced this regime change in Syria. With no disrespect to the Syrians who fought, the American government produced this, and they did so through sanctions, and they did so through billions of dollars of funding and training. And so as much as the Syrians fought hard, to defeat Bashar al-Assad, the American government produced this. And so I don't want to appear as though I'm greenlighting that or approving of that. I don't have any control or say over it. But since he's falling, I'm going to just share my opinion and say that he wasn't a very good leader, that he was incompetent. He's a Nepo baby. He committed crimes. He's no hero. And so I'm not going to join the other camp and support U.S. sanctions to starve the entire Syrian population in order to weaken Bashar. But I'm also not going to shed tears for him disappearing. But unfortunately, it's very tribal on X, and people don't want to play that game. They just want to engage in a zero-sum game. And so even today, Scott Ritter replied to my tweet, which was just like a nonsense tweet, like a daydream. My fantasy is that the 4 H's, Hamas, HTS, the Houthis, and Hezbollah don't necessarily come together, but their target is all the same. It's the Zionist entity, and it's they have a forefront harassment. And he responded, he's like, there is no Syria, and it's because Bashar al-Assad fell, and you celebrated it, and HTS is Al-Qaeda, and this is your doing. Like, this is your fault. Like, what the fuck did I do? Excuse my language, I tweeted that Bashar al-Assad is a criminal, which he is, and he was incompetent. Like, this guy towards the end, they describe another thing. I think the quote unquote Assadists don't understand. The reason why I wasn't, and I know I'm kind of all over the place right now, but I have a point I want to make. The reason why I wasn't gonna blame HTS or anyone else for the disturbance to the axis of resistance supply lines in Syria, which puts Hezbollah in a fragile position, is because Hezbollah agreed to a ceasefire prior. I feel that the axis of resistance strategy failed the moment Hezbollah agreed to a ceasefire. Now, I'm not condemning them for deciding to not subject themselves to F-35s without air defenses anymore. I understand. They fought hard, they bled, they suffered, they died. And for that, I will always be grateful because they showed solidarity with Gaza when few others would. And so for that reason, I am grateful, to Hezbollah and all those who fought, in solidarity with Palestine. At the same time, though, the strategy failed the moment that they agreed to a ceasefire. And they were in a weakened, vulnerable state, because of certain decisions Iran made to delay their response. Like True Promise 1 and 2 were, in my opinion, they were inspirational. Like they proved that they could get ballistic missiles through Israeli defenses and they could hit Tel Aviv and they could hit their air bases. And so they were trying to walk a thin line where they don't want to escalate, to war when Trump is about to become president and Israel has a nuclear weapon. But at the same time, they want to show that if push comes to shove, they can hit you. And so they threaded a needle, and I think they did something very nice, but they also dragged their feet and they didn't respond forcefully enough when Gaza was getting decimated, when Hezbollah was getting decimated, and when Nasrallah was killed. Iran didn't respond forcefully enough, I think, and they emboldened Israel to act the way they did. And that just put a lot of pressure on the people of Lebanon, and that put Hezbollah in a position to agree to a ceasefire. And I think agreeing to the ceasefire is when this strategy essentially failed. And so when Bashar al-Assad fell, I didn't feel too bad about it for the axis of resistance because I think that they were already in a fragile state and the strategy was not working. And I think that's something that a lot of people neglect to understand. Like Scott Ritter, when he was talking to me during our podcast, he demonstrated to me the reasons why Hezbollah basically is in such a fragile position because of the fact that they only make up 1/3 of the population and 1/3 of the government. Like it's impossible for a militant organization to fight Israel forcefully enough and long enough to produce the changes that everyone's hoping for Palestine, while at the same time deal with the political realities of the people they have to deal with. They can't do all of this as a militant group, as a guerrilla force. They can't. So it's never going to work for them. And he also made clear to me why Iran is going to either agree to a nuclear deal or be destroyed by Trump. And so with Iran out of the picture and Hezbollah incapable, this means this axis of resistance strategy simply was not going to work in the long term. So it's time to go back to the drawing board. Enough people have died. And so that's why I didn't feel very badly about the fact that Bashar fell. I don't blame HTS for the position Hezbollah's in. I think this is just the natural occurrences that took place. And so we're all over the place now, I know, but I think that's maybe what these Assadists, quote unquote, fail to recognize is, one, they engage in the same zero-sum game as the other side. And they also, I think, just don't want to admit that the axis of resistance strategy simply was not going to work in the long term. So, yeah, that's possibly what's wrong with them.
What do you think is going to happen with Syria?
I have no idea, but I think what is happening with Syria right now is that they're trying to pull off the impossible. They think that they can present themselves as harmless and that they can trick the Zionists and the United States into seeing them as harmless and lift the sanctions and then let them to become this powerful nation that will be rearmed and resupplied by Turkey. The U.S. and Israel are not stupid. They're not going to lift the sanctions because you appear harmless. They will lift the sanctions because you actually are harmless. And they will only know that for a fact is if they can guarantee it. And so the Syrian government is currently engaging in this game that I think they can't win. And so it's I don't agree with the Assadists when they say that HTS is a Zionist entity and that Jolani is a CIA asset. I think it's a lot more complicated than that. I think that's too simplistic and reductionist. I don't think that's the case. But there's a lot of good reason why they would suggest that. And it doesn't look good. It doesn't help that they're chasing Zionist approval, which is impossible to do. The Zionists will never see you as human. They will never see you as equals. They will never not see you as a threat. And they're not stupid. They're not going to say, oh, you did a pretty good job convincing us that you won't harm us. You know, your mayor of Damascus said that we're not a threat. We believe you. I mean, every Muslim in the Middle East wants to destroy the state of Israel. They're not dumb, okay? And if you remember, Jolani, Ahmed al-Shara, he joined Al-Qaeda in Iraq to fight American imperialist forces after being inspired to do so because of what he saw taking place in Palestine. This is what set him on his journey that led him to the position that he's in now. And he was arrested for this, and he served years in a U.S. prison in Iraq. And that's when he made these relationships with these other people. And that's why they, say he's this crazy extremist. I think it's a lot more complicated than that. But I'm not trying to come across as defending him. I'm just providing like some context. And so the point is that I don't think the U.S. and Israel are going to be fooled by this presentation, this act that they're putting on, that they're not going to be threatening. They'll only accept them and lift the sanctions if they are guaranteed to be an ally and they're guaranteed to be harmless. And so for me, I'm not excited about the path that this new Syrian government is on, this new Syrian regime. I don't think they're suddenly going to, in a couple of years, be this democratic place with elections, which I don't care too much about. I don't care about voting. I care about, like, do you have a good government in place to protect the people from external forces first and foremost, and then from there, afford people their rights. But yeah, I don't think they're going to end up being this democratic country. I don't think they're going to be this powerful country. I don't think in 10 years or 20 years. I don't know what to suggest. I think the solution for the Syrian government is, continued suffering. If you want to assert your independence, then you have to pay a price for that. That means not getting those sanctions lifted. If you want to have these U.S. bases removed, you need to fight for that. Well, that means further destruction and chaos for the Syrian people. If you don't want to do that, I totally understand. Why should you keep suffering after all these years of suffering? But at the same time, I just don't buy this narrative that in 10, 20, 50 years, this is somehow going to be better for Palestine or the Ummah, and that this strategy of like, well, we just have to do what we have to do right now. I don't think that's going to work. I don't think these people are going to lift the sanctions and just see you as harmless unless they can actually guarantee that you are.
Well, it sounds like you're an Assadist.
Yeah, that's how they'll describe me. They'll say that, do more. You just don't know enough on the topic, or you're an Assadist, or you're a Zion. You sound just like a Zionist. Like all the other things that they'll say. Yeah,
it's frustrating. It's so annoying that you can't give a realistic picture of like what's happening. If you're not completely optimistic and completely bought in, then that means that you support like Bashar, or that you're sad that Bashar was taken out. But I don't know, like, is this just Muslims who are like this, who can only think in binaries, or is it just something more endemic to the human mind? Like, it seems like any kind of in-between position or nuanced position is not really acceptable to the Muslim community. And when you're dedicated to propaganda, when you're dedicated to putting out videos with this analysis, how can you really convey a nuanced position in a way that people of this mindset can start to think on a different plane, or can start thinking and appreciating certain nuances? How have you dealt with this challenge?
There isn't really anything I can do except just keep going. And I think naturally I'll attract the certain kind of audience that appreciates the nuance. And they're not as plentiful as the people who are angry. So if you look at the Scott Ritter debate on YouTube, it's just all his followers that are triggered and they hate me. Like, they are just attacking me. But, in there you find some people that say, I appreciate you, providing another perspective and helping me gain a deeper understanding and a more nuanced view. They're fewer in number, but they exist. And I think it's just about continuing to produce content for those kinds of people. The content will find them, and they will find the content. If we exist, they exist, right? It's just problematic because the algorithm is designed to keep you, is designed to like hijack your brainstem. There has to be an emotional response because that keeps you on the app longer, and that lets them make more money. So they will expose people to content that triggers them, that angers them. And so on X, like for example, I posted dozens of clips from that Aaron Mate interview, and the only one that got traction was the one that pissed off all the Syrians. Every other clip was completely ignored, except for maybe the one that he shared on the Uyghurs, but that one was, fewer. So the two most popular pieces of content from that entire podcast, which was like nearly a 2-hour conversation, was the content that pissed people off. And that's just the unfortunate reality of the algorithm. So this is never going to end. I think for me, I've learned that I have to just have thick skin, and I have to keep going. And eventually the people who subscribe to me and follow me and really believe in the content I'm creating will just understand what I'm trying to do. And those are the people I'm creating content for. I'm not creating content for the information warriors who are like ideologically driven and committed. Sometimes we agree, and sometimes maybe you'll appreciate what I do. Other times you're going to hate me, and I just have to live with that reality.
How about the Uyghur issue? Because you mentioned, is it true that you want to go to China?
It is true. Yeah. I'd love to go. And I have a relative who moved there recently. So I would like to visit this relative, but I'd also like to see for myself. Now, I don't imagine that I'm going to be allowed to like go see a potentially real concentration camp. Like, oh, yeah, waltz in like I'm an Israeli journalist at a Syrian military base. I don't think I'll be given that. I don't think I'll be given that opportunity.
Privilege.
Yeah, no, I won't be given that privilege. But so I haven't like fully made up my mind on like what I think is actually happening yet. I don't fully agree with everything Arsalan has said. There are some critics that have made some really good points, but I also don't think that Arsalan is some hired liar working for the CIA as they describe. I think it like this is this is interesting. This is one thing I really don't like about people in this space. They love to find the cheapest, quickest, fastest way to disqualify someone and give people another reason to not believe them. And so they say, this person is funded by the NED. This person, therefore, is a liar. Nothing they say is true. Or this person went to Russia. They are a Russian agent. Therefore, everything they say cannot be trusted. The reality is that human beings in this space, if they want to do this work, this journalism, this public speaking, they can only do so if they make a living. And it's very difficult, even with a large audience, to make a living consistently, especially when some of your ideas might get you deplatformed or demonetized. And so how do you make a living consistently? Well, you have to try and raise money. You have to try and make money. And, so you're not going to turn away a foreign government or a media institution when they offer you like, hey, we'll pay you $5,000 to travel here and speak to us. Or you can work, we'll offer you a job to work for this nonprofit that receives in part, not all funding, but in part funding from the NED, which is US government funded. And obviously the US government funds you because they want to amplify what you're saying. It doesn't mean that you're a liar. It's a chicken or the egg situation. Like in the case of Arsalan, does he receive money? Does he like say this because he's received money, or does he receive money because he says this? Well, I think it's because he says this. He genuinely believes this. Doesn't mean he's right about everything, but I think he's authentic and he genuinely believes what he's saying. And that's why he receives money, or he used to. He no longer works for this organization. He did so temporarily and he left for other reasons. And he now works for a completely new organization that does not receive funding from the NED. So when people say he's a CIA agent or asset, like maybe he is, I don't know, but I don't see evidence for that just because he works for an organization. I mean, CARE is a Muslim organization. They've received funding in part from the government, which the Muslim community has protested at times, but it doesn't mean our organization's made up of a bunch of sellouts. It just means that people are desperate to solve their funding issues because they need to make a living and run an organization or live a life and support their family and their children. So when people say Max Blumenthal is a Russian agent or Hinkle or Scott Ritter, I reject this. When people say Arsalan is a paid CIA agent, I reject this. I think I judge people based on what they say and how well they make that argument. So far, what I understand about the Uyghurs is that maybe it's not exactly as Arsalan describes it, but there's no doubt about the fact that something is happening and that the Uyghur people definitely do not see themselves as part of China. And this is a problem for China. They need to solve this issue because East Turkestan, or what they call Xinjiang, is a very important region for them. And so geopolitically, they have really no other choice but to solve this problem. And they've decided to solve it in a way that is, receiving a lot of attention and criticism. So I want to get down to the bottom of like what they're actually doing and how they're actually reacting, because, according to Arsalan, Islam is like completely banned. But then there are others who show us clips from Masajid and they say, no, Muslims can practice openly. And so just having to sift through that propaganda and figure out for myself, like what exactly is happening. That's a journey I'm still on. So.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see what the authorities will allow you to actually film over there. And you're going to go to Xinjiang specifically, or just
yeah.
Okay,
I want to see other parts of China as well. I mean, it's a beautiful country and they've done some pretty exciting things. So I want to see what their society is like, what their infrastructure is like, what their cities look like. So I'll spend quite some time there. I won't spend all my time in the Xinjiang, East Turkestan region, but I will spend time there. So I definitely intend to visit and speak to locals if I can, and look for the types of things which I won't say publicly, but the kinds of things that I want to observe are the things that might validate some of the things that Arsalan are saying. And so I'm I'm not gonna like break the rules of the law, but you know, I do have some things I'm gonna be looking out for definitely when I go, and so that's kind of why I want to go.
Yeah, be interested to see like what are the details of the social credit system that they have. Because that definitely exists. It's not something that just targets the Uyghurs. I mean, that's a grid that the entire population is under. But maybe like certain markers or signals are going to generate more scrutiny from the Chinese government if it's like related to Islam. So, oh, okay, you're not drinking alcohol, you're not buying pork, or maybe you're frequenting a masjid or whatever it may be, or maybe you're using an Islam-related app, like a prayer time app, that might trigger something within their algorithm. I'd be interested to see how the Muslims there are aware of this. Are they noticing that they have restrictions that comes from the social credit system? That'd be interesting to get your reporting on, inshallah.
Yeah, definitely. That's going to be some of the things that I'm going to be looking for. And I mean, right now I feel that China doesn't have a problem specifically with Islam, because if they did, they wouldn't even let the Hui Muslims practice, right? But that there is still a problem with Islam when the Uyghurs practice it. I do think that there may be an issue there, because an Uyghur might be more interested in independence if they're more Islamic. And there's a strong reason to believe that, because if you're a Muslim, like a really devout practicing Muslim, you don't want to live under a non-Muslim entity, right? There's that aspect. There's also the aspect of jihad. Like, they're not worried about the Hui Muslims practicing jihad, because the Hui Muslims historically have collaborated with the Han majority to help them conquer the Uyghurs. So the Uyghurs actually see them as traitors, which is funny. They're both Muslim, but yeah. So there's that aspect of it as well. And so I want to dive deeper and just gain a deeper understanding. But yeah, my intent is not to become anyone's propaganda mouthpiece. That's for sure. I'm just learning, and I'm sharing what I learned with my audience.
Sure. And how about your own views politically? Like, from observing your work, especially when I go into some of your previous work over the past 10 years, seems like you yourself have your own trajectory in terms of maybe becoming less left-leaning. Is that accurate? Like, you even said earlier in the interview that you don't necessarily even care about democracy. Like, if Syria has a democracy, that's not really the most important thing. Have your views changed in terms of becoming more right-leaning? How would you describe that?
That's a tough one. My views have definitely evolved. I've spent a lot of time in like leftist circles, socialist circles. Economically, I agree with many of their ideas. I've never really been passionate about identity politics. I do not care about identity politics. So I've always, that's just never been of interest to me whatsoever. I'm more interested like politically, economically. And I know identity plays a role, but I just don't give a shit about that conversation, to be honest with you. So, but for me, this is going to sound funny, but after I ran for office, don't judge me too hard by sharing this, okay? But a transformative experience I had actually came from a video game.
Why would I judge you for that?
Because it's not like I heard some brilliant speaker or attended a lecture. Like, I played a video game and it was like, damn, epiphany, you know? But I went to visit a friend, and he's an avid gamer, and he noticed that I don't like take any interest in the game. So he's like, you don't game at all? I was like, no, not really. I played, Call of Duty and this other stuff, but I don't really care for it anymore. He's like, well, what do you like? I was like, well, I like history. I like politics. I guess I liked Age of Empires as a kid. Like, I would love to like build a civilization. He's like, oh, well then there's a game for you. There's a game called Civilization 6. Why don't you play this game? So I was like, yeah, sure, I'll look into it. And so we played this game together. And basically, Civilization 6, you build a civilization from the ground up, and you are in the driver's seat. So all your ideas go out the window. You're given a map with resources, and you're forced to build a civilization and protect yourself from other civilizations and achieve victory. And you do that by growing economically and growing civically and militarily and scientifically. And you do so through trade and deals and diplomacy. And all your ideas go out the window. You get to select your government, right? You could be a communist, you could be a capitalist, you could be whatever you want. Your reality is governed by the resources that you have. Yeah, this is it right here. And so it doesn't matter what you think, it doesn't matter what you believe. These things are important, but ultimately what it comes down to is you making the most out of the resources you have and protecting yourself from other people. And so this gave me of like a very raw, realistic kind of perspective of civilizations and history and warfare. And so, like, for example, I'm in the driver's seat and I'm at war with another civilization, and my economy has taken a hit because of that. And now one of my cities are rebelling. Well, I have a choice. Do I just let them rebel, or do I put them down? Well, what do you think I did? I put them down. I raised the city. Like, if you're not mine, you belong to nobody. Like, I'm not going to let the enemy take it, So that perspective, it doesn't like shape everything that I think now, but this really woke me up. Like, you're too idealistic, you're too naive, you don't understand the world and the way it works. And so this really motivated me to learn more about geopolitics and history and kind of see like, hey, civilization is a game and it's a simulation, but there are a lot of historical examples that are consistent with my experiences in this video game. And so that really changed my mind and my perspective. And that was an important part of my transformation. There are definitely a lot of aspects of me now that are conservative and right-leaning in some aspects. I don't necessarily reject, how should I say this? There are certain things from the right that I appreciate, and there are certain things from the left that I appreciate. I'm an amalgamation of all these different things, and I guess I make a decision about what I think, individually on a case-by-case basis, but I'm not ideologically driven or committed to either side. And maybe that's just because of my upbringing, my personality, I don't know, my genetics. I just don't care to choose a side. So,
sure. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I think that video games are just another art form, and they can convey ideas and they can convey ideology. And a lot of young men especially, become red-pilled because of video games, and that's why there's actually government programs to try to influence video games, and a lot of USAID money was going to actually influence video games to make them more in line with a kind of a liberal secular message.
Yeah.
So that's interesting insight about your background, Civilization. Age of Empires is also one of my favorite games. And
yeah. Well, if you liked Age of Empires, Civilization is much better. Civilization 7 just came out. I haven't had time to play it yet. I hope to, but I can't write scripts and make vids and make time for, because these games take hours. Like a Civilization 6, a proper sit down will take you like 8 to 16 hours. So you play that over the course of a couple of days. I mean, you can't live a life, playing that. So I don't have much time for it anymore. But yeah, it was an important part of my development, I think.
Yeah. So one question that I ask all my guests is there any conspiracy theory that you think is plausible? Like, what is the most bizarre conspiracy theory that you believe personally?
The most bizarre conspiracy theory that I believe personally.
This is a judgment-free zone, so.
Okay. Well, I got to think about this.
Sure, think about it, because the reason I ask is that oftentimes Muslims are pressured by their peers or by the environment to think very conventionally about how the world works and to adopt kind of a mainstream establishment perspective on the way the world works. And, anyone who has any kind of basic education understands after a while that, what we see in front of us when it comes to politics, when it comes to the way that countries go to war, whatever it may be, the issue of Palestine. There's just so much propaganda. There's so many lies. And the real world works in a very different way. And how can you be naive about that? And we just don't have any more time for naivete. And if people see that many of the Muslim influencers or du'at or speakers, they do believe in these different conspiracy theories, they think that they're conspiracy facts, then hopefully more Muslims will be willing to question mainstream narrative. And there was a funny stand-up comedian, actually. I'll play the clip for you in a second, but I have to pull it up. But do you have an answer or need more time to think?
I need some more time to think, but I'll tell you this. The other day I was interviewing Rajab Abdel-Haq. I don't know if you know him. He founded Quds News Network, and his personal account on X is not large, but Quds News Network is massive. They have like over 1 million followers on both the English and Arabic profile. And I interviewed him for a podcast. We were talking about Palestine mainly, but then I shared with him that I feel as though there's enough evidence to suggest that the Zionists have hijacked the American, not just the American political system, but they've hijacked like important roles and positions in the Pentagon, and that they have dual loyalties, and that while they don't control all of America, I think they control America in the Middle East, and now they're leveraging this system to serve their interests more than American interests. And I was making the argument that America doesn't need Israel in order to divide the Middle East, because that's really the American strategy all over the world, whether it's in the Middle East or Europe. So for example, in Europe, they want to keep all these states equal, or at least comparatively equal to one another, so that no one overtakes the other, becomes a hegemon, and can then resist America's influence in the region. So when Germany began becoming too economically powerful in the European Union, and they're doing business with Russia, suddenly Ukraine becomes a sticking point, and that becomes a method for the US to sever the relationship between Germany and Russia, which, if it had continued to exist, would have beefed Russia up technologically and economically, and also Germany would have become incredible. They were already top of the EU. They were one of the best economies in the world. They were so successful that the British couldn't compete. They were so salty about being in the European Union and the Germans are dominating them economically that they left. That was what Brexit was about. It was like German dominance of the European Union. They just felt like there was no way their economy could survive. And so they left for that reason. And now the Germans were going to just make another pipeline with the Russians and pump them with money. And the Russians were going to pump them with cheap energy. And because of these large, wide, navigable rivers, the Germans are able to like produce very efficiently and then quickly transport, from city to city to city, out into the ocean even, and just export all over the world. And so geographically, they're able to produce and then transport very, very quickly, which makes logistics efficient. And they became so, the relationship was so powerful that Trump threatened them long before the Ukraine war. He said, this Nord Stream pipeline tube deal cannot happen. And as we all know, the Ukraine war pops off and the pipeline gets destroyed. So I personally think the Ukraine war really is less about Ukraine and definitely not about democracy. And it's not really about Russia necessarily becoming too powerful. It's also about Germany becoming too powerful. And so in the Middle East, you apply this concept in which they divide and conquer, keep everyone of some kind of, equal to one another in terms of power, so that no one can overtake one another. And so that's why they don't like seeing Iran become so powerful. They also don't want to see Saudi or Turkey become too powerful. They like having Turkey, Saudi Arabia, and Egypt like kind of equally powerful militarily, and so that none of them can overtake each other. The problem is the Israelis are trying to establish themselves openly as the hegemon in the region. In my view, Rajat rejects this, but and the reason why I'm bringing this up is because he basically told me that like this is a conspiracy theory. Like, there's no evidence for this, but I think
there's no evidence for what? Israel wanting to be a hegemon?
No, that Israel has, taken over these positions in the United States. That because what I was saying basically is that Israel becoming a hegemon they're no longer trying to serve the U.S.'s interests in the region. They're trying to set themselves up as a hegemon so they can dominate the region, so that they no longer need the U.S. And they're building towards that, because if once they normalize with Saudi Arabia, Israeli companies will gain access to resources all around the Middle East. So now like they can invest in energy, resources in other countries. And now this country that doesn't have resources has access to resources all over the region, and they've been normalized and they've been established as a hegemon, and no one can confront them because Iran has agreed not to make a nuclear weapon. And so I was arguing that this goes against the U.S.'s interests. So the U.S. should actually try to prevent this. They should maintain the status quo and try to prevent Israel from becoming too powerful. But because pro-Israel Zionist Jewish Americans hold these positions in the Pentagon, they're the ones interpreting for the U.S. what is actually in the U.S.'s interests. So this was my conspiracy, and this is what he rejected. So, that's
Israeli lobby basically is a conspiracy.
Not the lobby, because
that's what it amounts to, right?
But it's deeper than that, because it's not just the lobby like on the face of it in Washington. We're talking about like positions in the Pentagon. We're talking about, I guess, what you'd call deep state positions. And I mean, dude, just look at the last Biden administration. Out of 100 people in his administration, 100 possible members of his administration, 67 are pro-Israel Zionist Jews. How the hell is that possible? It doesn't make any sense. But they've acquired this power, and they're
just smarter. They're just smarter, bro.
They're just they're so much smarter than us. Yeah.
Okay, well, I don't know if that counts as a conspiracy theory, because I don't know how anyone could doubt that. It's hard for me to imagine how someone could doubt that. But anything else?
Here's a fun conspiracy theory. I don't believe this too strongly. It doesn't matter. I don't care. So it's kind of a speculation, and some people might roast me for this. I don't care, though. I want to share it. So I think at this point, it's not crazy to think that COVID is a bioweapon. I think the United States, it's clear that the United States was funding, a laboratory in China, collaborating to do research on diseases so they can get ahead of them, right? To then find the cure for them. So they create these diseases that they say would take place naturally. Then they find the cure for them, which improves their vaccines, which helps them protect all of mankind from these diseases. But these diseases can also be used as a biological weapon. And as we know, it leaked from the Wuhan lab, and it brought the entire global economy to a standstill. Well, this is where the conspiracy comes in, and this is where it's pure speculation. It's crazy. But I think the Chinese deliberately leaked this biological weapon. I think they did so in response to Trump blasting them with tariffs at the time and engaging in this economic trade war. And I think they did so to bring the entire global economy to a standstill. And I think because when COVID happened, the Chinese were very serious about COVID, and they did not allow people to go to work, and they drastically reduced production, which drastically reduced exports, which just disrupted logistic supply lines all over the world. And this forced the US to print a ton of money, which produced an inflation debt spiral that is still not under control. And I think that may have been their way of declaring an economic war, but having the completely convenient cover of COVID. We can't go to the factories. I'm sorry. We want to do business with you, but we can't. And I think maybe that's their way to expedite the de-dollarization process. No evidence, pure speculation. It's a conspiracy, but I think I guess who benefits, right? That's the idea. I think the Chinese kind of benefit, and they were in charge of the lab ultimately, and it leaked. And I think that's why it may have been either deliberately leaked or deliberately allowed to spread after it was leaked.
That's interesting. That's a spicy one. Yeah. A lot of people benefit in the U.S. as well. Like major corporations benefited. Like a lot of the small business in the U.S. were completely wiped out. Because of lockdowns. But that doesn't take away from the possibility that ultimately China could have had its hand on the lever. Allahu Alam.
Yeah, and I mean, there's no way they could have known how the U.S. would react, but we know the U.S. I mean, we saw what they did, right? It was like a repeat of the 2008, 2009 global economic crisis, where they printed a ton of money, but they printed so much more money this time, and they have drastically reduced the value of the dollar, and they've pushed prices up, and this might be something that breaks the dollar in the long run. Like people already look back at 2008, 2009, and they say this drastically changed the value of the dollar and has changed the economic system for good. And it changed the rules of the global economy.
But it just seems like an own goal Like, why would you engage in these types of, like, if it's already a bad situation because of the supply lines due to Chinese production, like, why would you just pour gasoline on that fire by requiring lockdowns and shutting down all of these businesses that make up your economy? It seems like, because the reason that they're printing the money is for not only the PPP loans, the loans that they gave out, but also just writing checks to the American public to compensate for loss of income. That was not really required by China. Arguably, it wasn't required by the disease, because you had countries like Sweden, for example, who didn't lock down at all, and they didn't
Yeah.
suffer actually more in terms of deaths or illness than the countries that locked down. The countries that locked down did actually much worse than Sweden. And I think
Yeah.
now it's acknowledged that lockdowns didn't really have the
In
intended
effect, yeah,
effect.
which is
Yeah.
funny because in Florida they mocked us for
Yeah.
not having lockdowns, but our numbers were basically on average, probably even below average compared to other places. But yeah, I mean, I don't feel too strongly about the idea, but it is like a speculation I have, or a conspiracy theory, I guess.
No, it's
But
good.
it's not something I believe too strongly or have a lot of evidence for. But it's fun and spicy, as you described.
Yeah, I think it's important to be open to these kinds of theories. Here's a funny clip that I saw that I thought was really good. Let me know if you can't hear it.
Yeah.
Just don't understand, how do you not believe in any conspiracy theories? I understand not all of them, not most of them, but you don't believe in any conspiracy theory? You just think the government's just batting 1,000 and telling us the whole truth? That's a strong stance to take. And again, as I said before, I don't like talking about politics on stage or off stage. I don't like talking about things I don't feel like I'm truly knowledgeable in. But I do know this. Our government is placed in charge of all of its people. I'm a father who's been placed in charge of just one son. And I lie to that all the time.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a great clip. I love that. Yeah.
Yeah, so
So what is the craziest conspiracy theory that your guests have ever like told you and shared with you?
honestly, I have been disappointed because I'm
Really?
the biggest conspiracy theory, so I'm always waiting for something that's gonna be even like more out there than things that I myself believe in.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's okay. I mean, people. What's the craziest one?
Or what's the craziest one that you believe?
Craziest conspiracy theory that I believe. I think there might be something to Hollow Earth. The idea that inside of parts of the Earth's crust are massive cave systems that can hold like a population of millions.
Okay.
And this is, I think, possibly where Ya'juj and Ma'juj, if you
Okay.
know, in Islamic eschatology, these other beings that were put behind a wall by Dhul Qarnayn, as mentioned in the Quran, Surah Al-Kahf. And so there are these people, Ya'juj and Ma'juj, that where do they exist? They're behind a wall. Where could such a massive population be held? Like on the surface of the earth? Well, maybe it's not on the surface of the earth. Maybe it's below the surface, below the surface of the earth. So
How deep are we talking?
it could be like a mile. Like the earth's crust is pretty thick. So
Interesting. Okay. And they have everything they need there. Water. I
Yeah.
guess they don't really need sunlight.
yeah.
Okay. Very
The
interesting.
thermal energy of the earth provides them with the kind of warmth that they need or the energy that they need. You can have food, you can have water. So
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
maybe that's like one of the more bizarre conspiracies. I'll also
Yeah.
completely reject the idea of the moon landing. That any
The original moon landing.
yeah.
Yeah.
I
That
mean,
one's not-
that's the only claimed man landing on the moon.
Is it? I thought they had one maybe 10 or 15 years later. No?
No, I mean,
Interesting.
there's the Apollo missions. Like, it wasn't just one alleged landing on the moon. It was
Yeah.
6, but no one has attempted to return since the end of the Apollo program.
Interesting.
But
I've seen
yeah.
I've seen a lot of good arguments going in both directions. I just don't have enough. I was trying to explain this, like when someone was telling me, like, how could you not challenge Aaron Mate, or why don't you accept Aaron Mate's position on his explanation for why the chemical attack could not have been Bashar al-Assad? And I was like, okay, he makes a very good argument, but I don't know enough about the science, and I'd have to dedicate my life to understanding like all the moving parts to this to then say with confidence he's absolutely right. I just don't know enough. So when it comes to the moon landing, like, for example, I had a friend who's a photographer, and he told me that the reason why he doesn't believe in the moon landing is because the way they took pictures and the way that like the cameras at the time, there's no way it could have worked up there. The film, the lenses, like there's just no way they could have got footage, whether it was still images or video. He said there's no way that was not possible. They didn't have the tech at the time. And he made a really good argument, but I just don't know enough about like the available tech at the time, photography, how it could have worked. And then I've seen people make arguments in the other direction. So I have no idea, but I'm totally open to the idea that it was faked, and I could see why they would fake it. Like, it makes sense to me. So
Yeah, and then when it comes to that particular one, I do have a background in physics, so a lot of that comes into my evaluation of what's possible, like in terms of rocket technology and being able to take human beings specifically, like to the surface of the moon or to any other object in space. It requires the technology that it still doesn't exist, actually. They're still trying to develop the technology to take human beings and put them on the surface of the moon or Mars. And to think that 55 years ago they had this technology is an absolute joke. There's no way that they had that, because they literally don't have it today. Like, it's not easy. It's not easy to go at 20 miles per hour, 20,000 miles per hour in space, and then re-enter an atmosphere. For example, if you're going to Mars, Mars has like a very light atmosphere, less dense than the Earth's atmosphere. But the moon has no atmosphere. The moon has absolutely no atmosphere. So to go from 20,000 miles per hour or more and then slow down to a velocity that is going to soft land on that surface, on that rough surface of the moon, that requires a lot of fuel to reverse, the speed that you're going in space. And that kind of fuel, you have to be carrying it on your lunar module. And like, that's not the way that you can really do it efficiently to slow down your craft so that you can lightly land on the moon. Like, if you're an unmanned, like if it's just a robot that you're sending to the surface of the moon or the surface of Mars, then you can just like use anything, because it's not like a person that's going to die from the G forces of like slamming into the planet. But because it's manned, like this is Apollo manned mission landing on the moon, the technology did not exist, and it still does not exist. And that's why NASA has been trying to go back to the moon because George Bush, actually, when in his second term, he announced like America is going to go back to the moon. We're going to be back on the moon by 2020. That was the goal that he set. Like, and it was even less ambitious than when JFK announced that America was going to go to the moon in 10 years. Bush says we're going back to the moon, but it's going to take us 12 years. They completely missed that deadline. Like, it wasn't even close. Like, and they're still trying to develop the technology to be able to go back.
So then, do you think Elon's stated objective of going to Mars and sending humans there and setting up a colony, do you think that's even possible, or is that just a ridiculous marketing stunt?
I think it's a marketing stunt. I think there's the technology, he's trying to develop it, but I don't think it'll be developed anytime soon. So maybe in a decade, maybe with more dedicated resources, it could happen. But and I think there are still a lot of questions unanswered because you're going to have to basically, the people that you send into deep space are going to be guinea pigs. It's not clear the radiate, like just in terms of radiation, because there's a lot of cosmic radiation that is filling up space. As soon as you pass the Earth's magnetic field, you expose yourself to a lot of cosmic radiation, and you'll start developing tumors like pretty quickly, just by being in space. Unless your spacecraft is like 10 inches of lead, like solid lead, and obviously that's not what spacecraft are built out of, like that kind of heavy material. So you're just going to be bombarded, like just irradiated by deep space radiation. And I don't think that the first people that go are going to be the guinea pigs, and it could possibly turn very horrific very fast. And that'll be the end of that.
Which is why it's funny that people are signing up, like volunteering, like, oh, I'd love to go. Like, if you go, you're probably not going to come back, and you most likely won't survive. And if you do survive, you'll probably go crazy, and then you'll stab each other to death. There's a really good video I'll send you after this. This YouTuber who loves mocking, like, not just Elon, but anyone who has, like, he's done a video on like NEOM, the Saudi project, why this is like the dumbest project. He's done like UAE's, Dubai's infrastructure, like the way they've designed their cities, like it's just a complete joke. And so he did one on the feasibility of Elon's stated objectives, and he goes into detail about every reason why it's an absurd idea and that it's not possible. I don't know that he's right, but he makes a really good argument, and I thought it was hilarious. So, I mean, judging by what I do know about Elon making these ambitious promises and claims, like I'm gonna like bring back free speech, and we saw what happened, to X and all their different policies, and he just has a reputation of doing this, presenting this big noble mission, doing the impossible, doing something noble for humanity, and then obviously it's just a way to market something he's trying to do that ultimately benefits him and brings him more wealth and power. So I'm not optimistic. I don't think it'll actually happen, but if it does, it'll be fun to see these guinea pigs and what happens to them.
Yeah, let's see if they go back to the moon first, because if they can do that, then I'll be...
So why haven't the Chinese haven't tried to go to the moon? The Russians haven't tried to go to the moon?
Not manned. They've sent probes, unmanned probes, but...
yeah.
And they've collected rocks, like you've collected moon rocks with robots, and then the robots are able to come back. But in terms of human beings, like, no.
The moon is ridiculously far away from the Earth, right? It's like 420,000 miles away or something crazy like that.
Yeah, like about 300,000 miles.
Wow.
So, yeah, it's a quite significant journey, and it's... there's not the protection from the Earth's magnetic fields. Therefore, there's a lot of radiation that will bombard you. And then on the surface of the moon itself, like you have a lot of... since there's no atmosphere, you're going to get potentially bombarded by like not micro satellites, but like different debris that is in space that's just going to be attracted by the moon's gravitational field.
And it's moving very fast.
Very fast, yeah. So this
it's like a bullet that could just go right through your suit. Yeah.
Exactly. So that's a big issue that they have to deal with. Also, climate control, like even building a spacesuit that can withstand. Because if you're in the sun on the moon, you're going to be facing like 400 degrees Fahrenheit. You're going to boil in your suit. But if you're in the shade... it goes to minus 200 degrees.
Wow.
So that because there's no atmosphere that can modulate the temperature on the surface. So that's why there's such a stark drop off depending if you're in the shade or if you're in the sunlight. So having a spacesuit that can manage those discrepancies, but then also deal with all the dust, because it's a dusty environment on the surface of the moon. Dust is very bad for sensitive equipment, like sensitive scientific equipment. and you have low gravity, so it's going to be that
Yeah.
dust is going to be in the air, or not in the air rather, but it's going to be projectile into your equipment. So there's all these problems that they're trying to solve very desperately to get back to the moon.
Let me ask you this. This is a completely different conversation, but I want to ask you about Andrew Tate.
Okay.
You saw my exchange with him a couple months ago. He blocked me.
Yeah.
And Tristan Tate blocked me as well. They thought that I was basically saying you're not good enough Muslims, and that's not what I was saying. What did you make of that situation, the issue with condemning the quote unquote groomers, how Muslims need to come out and prove that we're not child rapists? What did you make of that situation? What do you think of like Andrew Tate now? The good, the bad, the ugly?
I was very positive about Andrew Tate becoming Muslim. I thought that he would serve as a catalyst for many other people to start thinking about Islam or looking into Islam. So I was.
By the way, I'm still listening. I just need to stand up real quick. Go ahead.
Sure, no problem. So I was good on that, and I advocated for Muslims to be kind of gentle or patient with him because he was in prison. He was in prison pretty shortly after converting. He's going to have limited information about Islam, so he's going to make mistakes, and we should give him time to reform himself or change some of his more problematic un-Islamic behavior. And in the meantime, like, we should just support him becoming a better Muslim, but not necessarily take him as a role model. That was always my position. But over time, like, I saw that he was just not very interested in abiding by some of the norms within Islam. He was also very willing to throw Muslims under the bus for whatever kind of popular cause that he was advocating. And the situation with in the UK was kind of the last straw, because he was starting to promote someone like Tommy Robinson.
Yeah.
And I thought that was just a bridge too far. Like, this is becoming ridiculous. Like, we can't just chalk this up to him not knowing enough about Islam. This now, like, I'm questioning your loyalty.
Yeah.
I'm questioning your loyalty to the Muslims. And that's an important part of being a Muslim. Like, an important part of being a Muslim is what's called al-wala wal-bara. Like, you have to have a certain wala, like a loyalty to the Muslim community, to the body of the believers. And you have to have a certain disassociation from the enemies of the Muslims, especially like a Zionist freak like Tommy Robinson. So he was violating this and doing it in a kind of unapologetic way. And then when he gets criticized, he just has a kind of childish tantrum response. So, yeah, Muslim community doesn't need that. Like, Muslims should... Yeah, we should just show him that you're not going to be loyal to us, then we don't have to be loyal to you. It's a two-way street.
Yeah.
That was my stance, and he quickly blocked me as well.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. I didn't know he blocked you as well. Maybe you told me that and I forgot. But yeah, I agree with everything you said. I don't like, I'm not like the halal police that are like, grilling him on every little thing he does. I think it's okay to convert and then take your time, or even never really become like as conservative of a Muslim, or as practicing of a Muslim, I should say, because you're not really conservative if you're just doing your basics, right? So I don't really care too much like how he practices his faith, but what he does publicly is still important. And so doing this was also like too far for me to see as well. And it just felt like he was, selling out a community that stood by him during his most difficult time. And a lot of people already speculate that this was entirely a grift, that all of this was just engagement farming. And some of the most active people, like desperate for validation, are Muslims. We want to, like, our faith becomes stronger if other people believe, if famous people believe, the truth, then it must be true. Islam must be true. So we need Andrew Tate to believe. We need him to tweet verses from the Quran and the Hadith. And so I just felt like he was engagement farming for like a really insecure group of people on social media. And, Muslims aren't the only ones who do this, Christians as well. And I'm not blasting these people. I'm just saying, yeah. But I felt like that's what it could be. And then when he did this, it just, for me, was like, okay, it's obvious where your loyalties lie. And it's, at least we know it's not with us.
mean, I think I mentioned to you my theory about Andrew Tate. I think that he grew up really desperate for his father's approval,
Mm.
and his father might not have been really very present in his life. And he just developed this personality of seeking approval. And that just manifests online with the kind of decisions that he makes. So when he really started gaining praise from the Muslim community is he went on Fresh and Fit podcast and he started praising Islam and saying Islam, like unlike Christianity, doesn't really tolerate insult, and Muslims will stand up, and there's this masculinity to it, etc. He made like these kinds of praiseworthy comments about Islam, and there was such a positive response from the Muslim community praising him and appreciating him. And I think because of his need for praise, like he just is like seeking approval, and part of his acceptance of Islam, I don't think it was necessarily conscious, but like unconsciously, like it seemed natural to, accept Islam, and that's really going to get you that kind of love and praise and validation. So I think that might have been a part of it. And then on the other side, when you have Christians or you have some of these white nationalists come out and say, and also express approval when you make anti-immigrant remarks or you retweet Tommy Robinson and you start getting praised by that faction, then you have a tendency to keep going further and further with that and make more comments, make more statements to gain more approval from that faction. So I think that's what really drives a lot of his social media behavior. It's kind of pathetic, but this is like a standard thing for a lot of men who grew up without having that kind of fatherly presence in their life, like in a positive way, and they're just they develop this kind of personality weakness.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. It's an interesting, I guess, psychoanalysis. I don't know. I'm not saying he's a grifter. I just think that, a lot of people have been saying it and it's starting to look more like the case. And what you're describing could easily also just be a grift. Maybe I don't know the exact details of his relationship, like dynamics with his father, who he speaks a lot about and speaks very well of. But I think so look, when it comes to his case with these women, I'm not saying he's guilty of the things they accuse him of. I really don't know. But I've seen some videos of him that are really dark, and I think I shared them with you once. There's this one time where he's like sitting in a car and he's just being very open and direct about how he gets women, how he gets involved with women. So he'll say like I'm a pimp and I love being a pimp. I love the hustle. Like I love the game. And I'll see a woman and I'll identify that like I could get her and that she wants, she's weak and I could get her. And I will get her and then I will seduce her on purpose. And I will, he uses very vulgar language, but he's like, I will sleep with her, and I'll make her fall in love with me. And then I'll put her to work for me like a pimp does his hoe, and I'll make her make me money. And that is, if he's joking, it's a very strange thing to joke about. If he's being honest, it's a brief moment where he's giving you an insight into his psyche, where this is like, okay, this is a hunter, a predator, preying on weak individuals. Like he's good enough to identify who's weak, to target them, and then go after them and exploit them for his own benefit. It's like definition, like textbook, like, okay, narcissistic predator. And he's saying it himself. So when I saw that clip, and I've seen some other clips, I'm like, man, okay, there's another side to this guy's character. And so, yeah, I'm not saying he's guilty of the things they accuse him of. I don't know. And just because this might be true and he admits it himself, and this video I'm describing to you, doesn't mean he's guilty of these other things. They could be separate from each other. But I think when I saw that, I was like, okay, this is a dark human being, and he's willing to basically, what he's admitting to is lying to someone and seducing them. And so why can't he be doing that to all of us plebs on X? Like, oh yeah, I like your faith a lot, guys. Like, follow me and subscribe to Hustlers University, you know, and defend me when I'm accused of these horrible things. And now, you know, he's one thing I really didn't like that he said, I risked my life for Gaza. You didn't do shit for Gaza. Don't talk to us. Don't lecture us who have been watching people fight and die and actually risk their lives for Gaza, and who've been doing this for years, just because you shared a couple tweets or you made a couple statements. And what did you do for Gaza? Okay, you spoke up about it. Plenty of other people did as well. And at this point, if you're not speaking up about the Gaza genocide, what kind of human being are you? Because it's a disgusting thing to witness. But also, like, he also just engaged in, like, you know, straight up like anti-Semitic tropes, and he does so I think personally, I don't know this, but I think he does so to say, like, you see these charges coming against me, it's because I'm taking on this very powerful group of people. I'm saying things that they don't want to hear. It's the Matrix, but the Matrix, you know, is represented by these powerful Zionist Jews, and I risked my life, you know, to speak out against them, and they're punishing me with this case. So whatever the verdict is, you know, the real truth is that I was only gone after because I spoke truth to power, you know. And it's like, okay, all right, buddy. Tell me your course for $99 or whatever.
The narcissism, like, and that kind of attitude towards women, yeah, I find it disgusting, but I also find this to be common amongst, like, a certain kind of guy. Like, I think there's plenty of guys like this. It's like standard, actually, for certain types of guys. They're just better looking, or maybe they're jocks, or maybe they have, like, this is the kind of attitude that, like, Donald Trump himself was caught on tape, like his locker room talk, right? This is how they talk about women. Like, well, yeah, I can just get whoever I want. And it's true, like, in a sense, because the women are throwing themselves at guys like this.
Yeah, but this particular clip was different. This one was very predatory. This one was like, I know that she's weak, and she's, like, seeking love and validation. So I deliberately go and I, like, you know, I give it to her, and when after I'm done, she falls in love with me, and that's when I start exploiting her so she can make money for me. Like, that's a little more than locker room talk, you know. So
maybe.
Yeah, but I mean, I know
depends
it's
on the locker room.
Yeah, I guess so. But I mean, yeah, I'm not. I don't want to come across as, like, speculating too much, because I've shared this with my friends, and they say, like, you're kind of being unfair. You know, you're speculating too much about his personal intentions. And so, you know, since he's not here to defend himself, we'll give him the benefit of the doubt. But yeah, seeing that, I'll just mention that seeing that clip and that tweet, his whole, you know, standing with Tommy Robinson, and also condemning the Muslim community for the actions of, like, 7 immigrants, you know, that was, I think, for me, like, okay, I'm not interested in this guy anymore.
Yeah. What about the whole back and forth we had with Dan Cohen? Is that something you want to broach? Maybe your perspective has changed on that, but basically,
I haven't thought about it since. We can talk about it. It's Dan Cohen. If I recall, I don't think either of you wanted to speak to each other, but you guys had, I think, a little back and forth on X. Just for context for the audience, there was a back and forth on X.
Yeah, so Dan Cohen is one of these other activists advocating for Palestine. He's Jewish, and he had issues with me. He calls me an anti-Semite. Why? Because I criticize Judaism as a religion, as opposed to limiting my criticism to just Zionism. And I think you were trying to mediate as someone who, like, a mutual acquaintance between us. And but I don't know if you had, like, further thoughts on that. Like, just so the audience has something to chew on. Like, my perspective is that Zionism proceeds from Judaism, So Jewish texts are what really informs Zionism, not only as a political project, but also in terms of apartheid, in terms of oppression of the Palestinians, in terms of any kind of war policy that the IDF has. It has a basis within religious Judaism. And obviously, if you are a Jew, you're going to be you'll disagree with this. Well, it depends. If you are a pro-Palestinian Jew, you'll say, no, 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 this is something completely alien to our faith. But, the receipts paint a different picture. Like, that's my position. But Dan obviously vehemently disagreed.
So when I spoke to Dan, he told me that he has read books and that there are many really good authors and even present day rabbis that talk about how the Zionists hijacked Judaism, and that Zionism doesn't come from Judaism. Zionism actually wanted to change Judaism and morph it to fit into its nationalistic ideals that eventually became, this ethno-supremacist state. And so he thinks, that it's a manipulation of Judaism and it's a bastardization of Judaism, and that it has actually nothing to do with it, and that they've been enemies of Judaism for a very long time. And he says so as, a Jewish person that wants to resist his own community's support for Israel and Zionism, but also, leave room to be, merciful and compassionate for his faith. And I think this is Rabbi Shapiro, if that's his name. He says that this is a good person to speak to about this, and he encouraged me to watch his video. I haven't done so yet, but I think he said also maybe potentially to set up a discussion or a debate with him, and that he might be willing to do so, and that he's more qualified to do so. But, Dan, as a supporter of Palestine, he's told me that, especially after October 7th, he'll be walking with an anti-Zionist Jew who's wearing, something that makes him visibly Jewish, and they'll be, I don't know what people will say to them in public, but they'll say, something anti-Semitic because of what Israel's doing. And so he's like, us Jews who are against Zionism and against what Israel's doing, we're being attacked, so we're experiencing legitimate anti-Semitism from complete strangers on the street because of what Israel's doing. And so they feel like they're getting attacked on both sides. So I understand it from his perspective. And I also definitely understand it from your perspective as well. I mean, I've taken a look at some of these Talmudic verses that are really problematic, and I've taken a look at them at the suggestion by anti-Zionist Jews that live in Israel. These are people who have, through private conversations, have told me look, there's legitimate anti-Semitism, and then sometimes, we Jews don't want to take responsibility for certain things we've done in history or certain verses that are problematic. And then he suggested that I take a look at this guy, Yoron Yadan, I think. I have to find his name, but he's an Israeli citizen, and he was an Orthodox Jew. He now rejects Judaism, and he's an atheist, I suppose. But he's dedicated his life to exposing some of the verses they believe in, and he's exposed the verses that, whether it's from the Talmud or the Torah, I forget the specifics, but, talking about how non-Jews are basically 3/5 of a human, that women aren't full humans and are therefore the property of men. And this is why they can be raped. And if they're raped, the solution is to pay the father, not to do right by her, but to do right by her father who owns her. Talks about, how it's a narcissistic faith. Talks about, believing themselves to be chosen by God, that the creator of the universe chose them against all the other tribes because they were so great and special, and that they deserve everything while everyone else, the Goyim, do not. So, this is what an Israeli is saying. This is what an ethnic Jew is saying. So I get it from both perspectives. So it'd be interesting maybe to organize a discussion or a debate, if not with Dan. I don't know if you'd be willing to speak to this rabbi he suggested, but that might be an interesting conversation.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm always willing to talk to Jews on this issue and get their perspective. Some of them are more open to internal critique. So another Israeli is Israel Shahak, who's written books about this, but he's kind of a ethnic Jew, but he's atheist, or he was. And then there's also David Sheen, maybe you've heard of him.
Yeah.
He does a lot of good work too, reporting out of Israel.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm open. Always open to have conversations.
Yeah, definitely. I think that'd be interesting and even beneficial for people to understand. And I think, I mean, look, there's no doubt about the fact that like the Jewish faith has been taken, like there's been a microscope on the Jewish faith since October 7th. And the Talmud, like a lot of the information about the Talmud has been focused on and amplified. And now people, if we want to put ourselves, I guess, in the shoes of someone like Dan Cohen, you feel really uncomfortable. Like people are kind of going beyond just Zionism, and you have your reasons for doing so.
I mean, he has an easy out, like as a liberal Jew. Like he can say that, look, these texts do exist, and these teachings do exist within rabbinic Judaism. It is a problem, but our religion is about evolution. Like we can throw away these teachings, and we don't have to abide by them, and come up with our new understanding of God and a new understanding. Like he has those kinds of resources theologically to do that. I don't know why he has to remain committed to some of these, or just denying that these are teachings when they clearly are. And you have a huge number of Jews who their support for Israel is a 100% religious issue. Like it's 100% a theological issue, and their theology is melded with their identity as Jews, their ethnic identity as Jews. So yeah, it's just bizarre that someone could deny that and then accuse anyone of making the point of being an anti-Semite.
Yeah, I see the point that you're trying to raise. We'll see. I'll reach out to this rabbi and see if we can, have this discussion. So that'd be interesting. So what else? What we got on the agenda? Is there anything else you can squeeze out of me before?
Yeah. So I don't want to keep you too much longer.
My crap. It's because there's a technical difficulty. My camera isn't working for some reason. This browser won't acknowledge its existence. It's like Zionist or something. So I had to throw on this crappy webcam at the last second, and even though I've reduced the lighting, it still looks like overexposed and blown out on my end. It looks okay on the YouTube stream, but yeah.
So we can just close out with super chats if you're open to
absolutely
any super chats.
Yeah.
Okay, there was a comment here. Have you heard about the Masjid Qassam controversy in Tampa?
There's a million controversies. You'll have to be specific, Sultan. Fajita? Is it Fajita?
Fajita, yeah. So I guess he has to be more specific.
Yeah, you'll have to be more specific.
Okay, thank you. Manasria, with my regards, an Algerian follower from Paris. Thank you so much.
Oh, that's awesome.
I could see the irritation of Brother Daniel on hearing hijabis collecting signatures for a petition.
That's hilarious.
Yeah. So let's see. Daniel, please do a stream with Brother Mazen Abdulazim.
What is DKK?
Not sure.
Let me look it up. I'll look it up for you. DKK conversion to USD. Oh, a Danish krone. Okay.
Oh, okay, yeah.
And he gave you what, 17? Okay. All right. Cool.
Here's a question. How do you handle nationalist bias among Muslims when promoting Islamic causes? For example, Pakistanis supporting Palestine but hate Afghans and vice versa.
So this is my point when I was speaking earlier about how it's a double-edged sword. The success of Islam spreading over so much geography is that, there are a lot of Muslims now, but also we all have different issues. So like Pakistanis hating other Muslims in Afghanistan and vice versa, right? But then somehow, showing solidarity for Palestine. And so like, it's hard to expect these Muslims from this part of the world, which is actually really, really, really far away. Like if you took a flight, it's far away. So it's a completely different world with completely different realities and different villains. And So people are more passionate about the people that they have to live with, that they can't get along with for whatever reason. So I was actually thinking, when it comes to nationalism, I think, like, we know, okay, for example, in Syria. So when I was in Egypt recently, there was a conversation between an Armenian Christian who grew up in Syria. So he's a Syrian Armenian Christian, you can call him, and Hassan Shibli. And Hassan Shibli is a Sunni Syrian Muslim. Most people have heard of Hassan Shibli. And they had a conversation, and it was a great conversation. It was like they were just talking about the positive aspects of Syria and the unity between the different ethnicities and religious groups in Syria, and how Muslims respected Christians and Christians respected Muslims. And that's a narrative that we miss far too often when we're talking about Syria today. And someone commented, they're like, the vision that they're describing about what they hope Syria becomes is actually not an Islamic one. It's a nationalistic one. And they took issue with this. They were annoyed by it. But when I stopped to think about it, I was like, there's some good that can come from an element of nationalism because of the fact that our religions and ethnicities are being politicized and militarized in order to achieve power. So, for example, if you look at Lebanon, you have Sunnis, Shia, and Christians, and it's about split, 1/3, 1/3, 1/3. And if it isn't for some kind of loyalty to the Lebanese identity as a whole, then these people would be at each other's throats because they really don't like each other. And I say this going to Lebanon recently and speaking to people, Christians, who say the Shia are the problem, that the Israelis are more interested in peace than them, which is a very bold statement, right? Then you speak to the Sunnis and they say, I hate Israel and I'd rather the Shia than the Israelis, but I also hate Nasrallah and I hate Hezbollah. So these people would kill each other if given the opportunity. And if it isn't for something that brings them together, that says, listen, we have our differences, but ultimately nothing should come at the expense of the state, because then others will take advantage of us. So we can have our differences, but we need something that protects us and unites us so that external forces don't take advantage of us and conquer us. So that's the role. Unfortunately, if Islam can't play it, then nationalism potentially has to. So I don't know, just a little reflection. I don't know what you think about that, Daniel.
Yeah, it's hard to say. Like, if Islam is not going to do the trick, I don't think anything else can. Like, can't be anything more unifying than your deepest beliefs about your creator and following the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, and like, what's going to be deeper than that of a connection? If you can't really connect on that, then there's not really hope for anything else. So it's bad news, unfortunately. But I think that things just have to get so much worse. Like, I think that's collective trauma is maybe the only solution. Like, and then we deserve it. Like, that's the punishment. Like, the punishment is like things get so bad that really you realize that you have to put this pettiness aside, this kind of retarded nationalism aside, and unite, because you've experienced, it's not like a coming genocide, like you've experienced it, like your ancestors have experienced it and you're the survivor and now you know better. I think that's the kind of abuse that we have to suffer to get our act together.
This is a good segue, I guess, into like the whole discussion of like sectarianism. So you get a lot of heat for not calling all Shias kafir, basically. That's what I gather. I mean, yeah. I'm not as interested in those conversations, but I hate seeing the sectarian bullshit on X coming from both Sunnis and Shias. It's so frustrating. And I see that you take a lot of heat for this. So what are your thoughts on this? Because I think it's not just nationalism dividing us. And I'm not going to say it's the religion. It's not the religion that divides us. It's the people using the religion for their own political gains and dividing us along those lines. But there is a religious element definitely to it. And so I become very disinterested in the whole conversation. I find that like some of my friends, the more religious they become, the more they begin to believe that Shia are kafir. Like, and there are maybe some Shia who are technically, like, they've gone too far within. There's debate over what the parameters are for viable interpretation. But I think if we don't, when you describe the situation of collective trauma, things getting so bad that we finally learn our lesson and we reject this, I think, to me, I don't hear rejecting nationalism anymore. I mean, there's definitely problematic issues with the role nationalism has played in the Middle East, but I think it's also sectarianism.
Yeah, I 100% agree with you. It's like constant sectarianism, and it's not just Shia Sunni. It's also within Sunnis, like intra-Sunni, just nonstop civil war, and it's politically motivated. It's vast majority of it is politically motivated. A huge part of it is government funded because you have Gulf governments who are putting resources in order to create anti-Shia sentiment that is not really justified on the basis of like traditional Orthodox Sunnism. This level of sectarianism is not justified, or let's say like disagreement with Shia. Yeah, there is differences that Sunnis have with Shia, and Sunnis, we consider Shia to have deviant views on X, Y, Z. But does traditional Sunnism say that you have to mass takfir the Shia and say that they're all kafir and that you prefer non-Muslims over Shia? No, there's nothing actually. There's no like authoritative source that says that, but that is being promoted by these Gulf regimes who are aligned with Israel, have normalized with Israel, and Israel is telling them to increase the animosity against Iran. So generate as much theological animosity and sectarianism against the Shia as possible. And the Palestinians are very aware of this kind of trick. And so when Abu Ubaidah or others, they explicitly tell the Muslim Ummah that if you want to help the Palestinian cause, then get past this sectarianism. And we are dependent on Shia. Like Shia are helping us, and we couldn't resist if it weren't for Shia. These Palestinian leaders, including Abu Ubaidah, are saying this, and unfortunately, it's being lost on a large majority of Sunni populations throughout the world. It's unfortunate. It's really shooting ourselves in the foot, and I advocate pan-Islamism for this reason. Like this is really the only way that we can have a chance against these forces that they're not playing for just fun. Like this is not like a good time for Israel and the U.S. They just start joshing us. Like, no, they want to literally wipe us out completely, and they're not going to stop until that happens. All their actions have shown how serious they are about an overall project of subjugating Muslims, destroying Islam, traditional Islam. And we're still not taking it seriously. Like we're still not seriously enough to put aside the nationalism, to put aside the unjustified sectarianism. It's still not. We haven't woken up yet.
Yeah, and I feel very strongly about this. I think everything you said, you hit it on the head, and that the most important part is just understanding the role it plays in making it incredibly easy to divide and conquer, like to divide us into bite-sized chunks that they can just eat up and gobble up. And ultimately it's to our dismay. So while you're arguing and insistent upon, whether Sunni or Shia are the problem, and, I hear Sunni say all the time, Shia are backstab the Ummah, because Hezbollah fought to prop up Bashar al-Assad. For geopolitical reasons, but then they'll completely overlook that they themselves now are collaborating with Zionists to get sanctions lifted. Like, it's politics, right? I'm not condemning you or them. Like, it is what it is. It's an unfortunate reality. But why don't we try to pursue a reality where we're not divided and we're united, and so that these kinds of things don't need to take place. And if we don't figure that out, like you've said, we've already experienced a lot of problems, and I think we'll continue to experience them. So I can't stand it. So
yeah, it's because it's an own goal. It's unnecessary, and there's nothing in the religion that requires it. There's nothing in Islam that says, yeah, you should be the arch enemies of the Shia and just ally with America or ally with Jews and Christians over Shia. Like, no, the exact opposite. Islam says that, okay, yeah, even if there's a group that is deviant, they're card-carrying deviants, they're still your Muslim brothers. Like, you still have to, no matter that kind of deviance that they have, you have to prefer them over a non-Muslim enemy that is killing Muslims. This is like a basic ABCs of Islam.
Yeah. Well, I'm not as religious as the average Muslim, and so I will need your advice on how, if to make sense of if I'm interpreting this correctly. But an important part of our religion, I think, is this idea of like no compulsion in the faith, right? You can't force someone to believe, correct?
Depends on what the context.
You're like, maybe you can. All right. Well, why don't you explain La ikraha fi din to me?
La ikraha fi din has been interpreted as like you can't really take a sword to someone, to their neck and say, believe, otherwise I'm going to kill you.
Okay.
Like, that's not something, you can't bring people into Islam through that kind of direct threat to their life.
Okay. So if you can't do that to someone who doesn't believe in Islam, how can you do that to someone that does? And if you, and this is how I'm thinking about it, like, if someone has a different interpretation, if you can't insist that someone who rejects the faith entirely cannot believe, and you can't engage in violence with them, how can you engage in violence against someone that does believe but believes differently than you? As long as it's within reasonable parameters, of course. But I mean, I guess the debate is over like what those parameters are of reasonable differences of interpretation. But that's how I see it, like religiously. I just don't see how you can be so angry about a difference of interpretation that inspires you to violence. But I guess it may not just be
there's
that.
no violence. Like, you can't go and just kill someone because they have because they are, let's just even concede like they're part of a deviant group. Like, you just go and you kill them. That's not something that's sanctioned within Islam. So I don't know, like, anyone who claims that that's part of Islam, like this is ISIS. Like, ISIS has this interpretation. ISIS says that, well, these so-called Muslims aren't really Muslims, they're mortads. They have actually apostatized from their religion because they don't have the exact correct understanding of Tawheed, and therefore we have to do jihad against them. And that's, they're following their Sheikh Muhammad ibn Abdul Wahhab from the 18th century, who declared jihad against the entirety of the world's Muslims, and especially the Ottoman Empire. And that was on the basis of they're not really Muslims. Like, they have this wrong understanding of La ilaha illallah. Therefore, we're justified in going and doing jihad, killing them. What, literally? Go kill them, take their wealth, enslave their women, enslave their wives. That's and that's what ISIS does as well. ISIS has that. That's why ISIS's main targets are other Muslims. They're not fighting Israel.
So why did Muhammad ibn Abdul Wahhab, why did he believe that he had the correct interpretation of La ilaha illallah, and that was worth killing everyone else over?
Because he's an idiot. That's the short
but
answer.
Did something happen in his childhood? That's a joke, I know, but like what events led him to this?
Well, he was living in an environment where there were these deviant practices associated with going to graves, and what essentially became ancestor worship, or this kind of very muddled kind of syncretized Islam, where you're mixing like tribal superstitions with Islam. So this was happening not only in where he was in Najd and then Hijaz, like the Arabian Peninsula overall. It was happening throughout the Ottoman Empire. It was happening in Africa. And there was a reaction to it. Like, there was a reaction from many different Muslim scholars. And Ibn Abdul Wahhab had one reaction, but he just went really, really far in saying that, yeah, everyone who does this is a kafir, is a mushrik, and is actually worse than the mushriks in the time of the Prophet, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and then we're going to have, therefore we have to have like nonstop jihad, and until we purify the world from this shirk. So that was the context of it.
Interesting. Yeah, I've been seeing some of your tweets, and you get attacked by people. So what issue do they have with you? Help me understand their position. If you could put yourself in their shoes, what is it exactly that bothers them so much about what you just told me?
They think that I'm just soft on shirk. Like I'm a shirk apologist because I don't take it seriously. And then I tell them, okay, so you agree with Ibn Abdul Wahhab that you have to declare everyone who doesn't agree with you on this as a mushrik? Because that's the thing about Ibn Abdul Wahhab. Like, not only are you a mushrik if you engage, like you go to these graves and you engage in this kind of practice of calling to the dead, not only are you a mushrik in that case, but if you don't consider those people to be mushriks, you become a mushrik yourself. Like, so it's like a chain.
Yeah.
And that's why, because the Ottoman Empire, it's not like everyone in the Ottoman Empire is practicing this. So then how can you justify going to war with the whole Ottoman Empire? And Ibn Abdul Wahhab's justification is like, no. Not only if you practice it, but if you don't sufficiently condemn it, then you're a part of it, and therefore your blood becomes halal. We have to kill you. So I bring up this point and I say, like, okay, you agree with Ibn Abdul Wahhab on this? And some of them will be honest, because the intellectual, if you can call them that, descendants or followers of Ibn Abdul Wahhab are different factions. Like, some of them are like ISIS, like literally ISIS. So they'll say, yeah, we do agree 100% with Ibn Abdul Wahhab. You should be killed. And then that's why I get death threats constantly on X. And then there's a second group, the Madkhalis, which you might have seen me interact with. They're the ones who are more closely aligned with the Saudi state.
Yeah, Rabbi Faris.
Yeah, Rabbi Faris. And then there's other groups as well. But some of them will say, yeah, you should be killed. Others will shy away from the obvious conclusion. And so I accuse them of like practicing taqiyya, because that's what you secretly believe. Like, you secretly have exactly the same view as Ibn Abdul Wahhab. You just don't want to admit it because it's politically incorrect, or it'll expose you. So yeah, their perspective is that I'm just soft on this issue, but in reality,
so how does this manifest with the Madkhalis?
What do you mean manifest?
Like, what's the difference between their interpretation of Wahhab, Abdul Wahhab, and his views on shirk, and how it differs from ISIS in the way that they interpret it?
The
intellectual descendants, like, what's the difference between them?
Yeah, so when it comes to the Madkhalis, so the thing about Ibn Abdul Wahhab, he teamed up with Ibn Saud. He teamed up, who's the forefather of the House of Saud. So Ibn Saud, he teamed up and made a deal with Ibn Saud, basically saying that, look, we will, if you support me as the scholar of Islam, I will tell my followers that they have to follow you and support you, like your political program, and we're going to be your military, and we're going to go and spread your control and your power. And this is what happened in the 18th century. And then they were defeated in the early 19th century. The Saudis, the nascent Saudi state, was defeated in the early 19th century. And then they came back into power in the 20th century after World War I and the fall of the Ottoman Empire. But the Madkhalis are really focused on that legacy of Ibn Abdul Wahhab, which is the loyalty and the connection to the Saudi state, and specifically like the monarch, like that family. And it's a formal connection, because when the Saudi state was established, part of the Saudi state is that you have to, the descendants, like literally the family descendants of Ibn Abdul Wahhab, that family, they're the official religious scholars of our state. Al-Sheikh, that's what they're called, Al-Sheikh. So they're like the grandchildren, great grandchildren of Ibn Abdul Wahhab, have these official religious positions within Saudi, or did until very recently.
So do they hold the same kinds of views in regards to shirk as
Yeah.
Abdul Wahhab himself? It hasn't evolved or I guess diverged since then.
No, there have been changes. There is a diversity in details. So, and they won't really like. There's been a huge whitewashing of Ibn Abdul Wahhab's thought and his history, because they don't want. They basically wanted to sanitize Ibn Abdul Wahhab to make it more acceptable. Because at the time of Ibn Abdul Wahhab, you had all of the Sunni world saying that this guy is a Khariji, like he's a heretic. Like this kind of interpretation of takfir, like calling Muslims non-Muslims and jihad, this is completely beyond the pale. And he was being condemned as a deviant and a heretic. So the Saudi state in the 20th century had a huge whitewashing propaganda project to rejuvenate his image. And they stopped even calling themselves Wahhabi for this reason. Like Wahhabi used to be like a identification, like, yes, I'm a Wahhabi, I'm a follower of Ibn Abdul Wahhab. They stopped doing that, and they consider it to be like an insult if you call them a Wahhabi, even though they will acknowledge that, yeah, we love Ibn Abdul Wahhab. But why did they lose the label Wahhabi? It's because of this whitewashing project that the Saudi state did.
So how do these people feel now, these madkhalis or these people who follow Ibn Abdul Wahhab in Saudi? And they hold these views that your blood is halal if you, or that you're a mushrik if you engage in this, or if you don't condemn someone who engages in like grave worship or however you described it. What do they think about this transformation taking place in Saudi society, where, okay, they might not allow grave worship, but they're allowing a lot of other things that don't really seem Islamic? And you would think that someone who, out of respect to them, we won't call them so extreme, although it sounds like they really are, but let's just say someone as conservative as them, how could they then accept, I guess, what's happening in Saudi Arabia with Nicki Minaj coming and like shaking her ass, in Saudi Arabia, and all the materialism and entertainment that we're seeing?
Some of them are just dishonest, like they're literally agents, and they couldn't really care less about Islam. Some of them are just delusional. They think that no, this is exaggerated, this is not happening. And then when you show them the evidence, because it's not just Shakira concerts, right? Or Nicki Minaj concerts. It's also the fact that you have Hindu temples being built. You have like this new kind of Abrahamic religion that's being pushed by Israel, actually, and Israeli affiliated foreign organizations. So this is an attack on Tawheed, like on the most basic understanding of La ilaha illallah. This is an attack that's happening right in the heart of the Arabian Peninsula, and you're not acknowledging it. You're not like you seem to be completely oblivious to it. So is that some kind of cognitive dissonance, or are you dishonest, or what is the inconsistency there? So it's a case-by-case basis. Some people I talk to, I think that they're really just, they're suffering from some kind of psychological problem. That, look, you claim that you hate idol worship so much, and that's why you hate the Shia. The Shia are so bad because they have some kind of idol worship. But literally there's a Hindu temple being built in the Arabian, like the purity of the Arabian Peninsula. That's why they call it the land of Tawheed, is that the Prophet, peace be upon him, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, eliminated shirk on the Arabian Peninsula. He eliminated shirk. Idols had been worshipped for generations, and Islam came and purified the Kaaba in Mecca and then the rest of the Arabian Peninsula from idol worship. And now that is being reintroduced at the behest of these rulers and this House of Saud. So how can you justify that? How can you be oblivious to that? And they will just get very angry. They'll ignore you. They'll call you a terrorist. They'll call you a mushrik, but they don't really have an intellectual way to confront that.
And so why do you think that is? Why do you think this transformation is taking place? Why is MBS ushering this in and these other Saudis? I mean, for me, I understand that, like, I don't think it's the rulers imposing it onto the people. I think the rulers reflecting what the people want. And if you think about how young the Saudi population is, how they've grown up with a lot of wealth, and if you've ever lived in Saudi and made friends with Saudis, you see that, like, in their homes, it's very different from like actual society itself. And these people, they spend their summers in Europe and they go to college and they get their educated in the West. And if you've engaged with them here, you see the way they live. They've been exposed to Western society and they enjoy Western society a lot. And they, in the summers, they see what Western society has to offer, and they have a lot of money and they enjoy a lot of different things, and they spend a tremendous amount of entertainment. So I think MBS is just reflecting what they want, and that's why you haven't really seen the society react harshly to this. Not to say that that all Saudis accept this, but for the most part, it seems like a lot of Saudis are enjoying this. But aside from that, why do you think this change is taking place? What is it really about?
I think there's a secularization program. I think there are a lot of interested parties in wanting the Saudi Arabia specifically to secularize because it's seen as a symbol for Muslims around the world. So if Saudi secularizes and becomes a more liberal, feminist society, that's going to have a ripple effect throughout the rest of the Muslim world. And there's an interest that the U.S. and other powers have for Muslims to be less devoted to their religion and more devoted to the secular state or the secular national state, as the case may be. That is a way to control Muslim populations and prevent Muslims from organizing for the sake of Palestine or organizing for the sake of larger unity for Muslims across the world. So it's about security, it's about control, it's about keeping Muslims as this global force under the boot.
I see. Yeah, that makes sense to me. I think there's that aspect, and also just the unfortunate reality that the Saudi population, really is becoming incredibly secular and just less religious. And there's also a sizable atheist population in Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, it's just decadence. It's like a very decadent society. And when you have that kind of decadence, it sometimes drives you away from religion, but then you hit reality. It might not be your generation, but maybe in 2-3 generations. I think that's what has happened in Europe. Maybe you think the same, but in Europe, in America, we see this trend of nationalism and populism, more right-wing sentiment than we did in previous generations. I think it's because of economic austerity. You see a downturn in the economy in a lot of these countries. So I think people, when times are tough, they become more right-wing, actually. They become more nationalistic. They care more about religion. They care more about family values. And when there's more money, there's more decadence, then the opposite happens. So maybe there's like the pendulum is swinging in the West, right as within some of the parts of the Muslim world, it's swinging towards the more liberal type of degeneracy.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. And I think also there's this idea that might makes right. And so when people from Saudi Arabia or other parts of the Middle East, they have this money, but they see the way their region is, and then they go to the West and they see, wow, look how powerful these people are, and they begin to admire everything about their culture and their society, even some of the things that actually make their culture and society degenerate, right? Like apparently MBS has like been really inspired by Miami and Las Vegas, and in America there are many other places to be inspired by. Miami, yeah, it's just a bunch of hotels. Like, what the hell is so inspiring about the beach is nice, yeah, but what is so inspiring about hotels and apartments and supermodels walking around. I mean, Vegas is so artificial. I guess what he's inspired by is how in Vegas it's just a desert, similar to Saudi Arabia, but they made it a place worth visiting. And I guess that's his objective with Saudi Arabia, is that people will be interested in coming to the desert because they've made a bunch of buildings with flashy lights. And I will say that my friends roast me for this, but I was excited about the NEOM project because I'm always excited when people try to create a new kind of city with a new kind of infrastructure that's different, and not liking it because it's different, right? You know, because there's a new attempt to try and see like, how can we organize ourselves in a better way? And so some of the things I appreciated about NEOM is like, there are no cars allowed, right? Any kind of movement of trucks and logistics and things needs to either take place underground or somewhere else. And so like, it makes the air cleaner. So there's some nice elements of that, but then, you know, when you really break it down, NEOM is actually like a really stupid project, and there's some really good videos that break it down. But yeah, so maybe NEOM is not the best way to do it, but I do like the idea of like trying to reimagine, like, let's build a new city, but let's build it differently. And let's think about how we could organize it better for people and make it a cleaner environment. And yeah, just make it a more interesting place to live. So I at first I was excited by that, but then it fell apart pretty quickly.
That's your love of civilization again coming through.
Yeah, I think so. I think so. But
you're just an authoritarian at heart. Like, you just want to make the decision. Yeah. Like, this is the new city, guys. Like, this is the way it is.
Well, you know, you asked me earlier about democracy. I didn't really answer that question, but I think the average person doesn't care, and they shouldn't be bothered to care about certain decisions. So like, who should rule, you know, the most powerful nation on earth? And you're asking this degenerate gambling pleb who drinks and is a retard, astaghfirullah al-azim, and this guy's supposed to make a decision about something important like this. Leave him alone. You know, like, he should not be voting. And it should really be like an enlightened, educated people who make like the people who are smart and who have the time to think about these things and understand what's at stake, but still appreciates what the poor plebs need and what they like and things like that. But yeah, for the most part, you know, they shouldn't be making important decisions. And so when democracy does exist, it just becomes a joke, like we see in America, this two-party system, surface level identity politics, like, should trans people use the bathroom or not? And like, the whole country's focused on that. That's what the country's voting on. Ultimately, they don't actually vote on you know, American foreign policy or economic policy, like things that actually matter and affect their lives. So it just becomes a joke. And then in the Middle East, democracy and other countries that are poorer and not as powerful, democracy becomes systems for foreign powers to have their voice heard, not the voice of the people. So that's why U.S. aid was so, oh, you guys have democracy? You know, great. Like, we're going to fund a bunch of parties that, like, you know, basically win elections for us on the other side of the world. And so democracy is like not really proven itself to be a very effective system, in my opinion. And I just think the majority of plebs are too stupid. They're just being straight up. Yeah, exactly. This guy, right?
This squad.
Yeah, this is the best video.
Democracy basically means
I love how slow he is.
government by the people, of the people, for the people. But the people are retarded.
And look at him, Daniel. He's peak wisdom, because look how old he is and how big his beard is. Like, it took his whole life to come up with this wisdom that, like, is almost divine, right? It's like, the people are retarded. Like, at the end of the day, the people should not be making decisions about anything. So yeah, I don't care about democracy at all. Even though as an American, I criticize, I mean, I didn't even vote this election, but I shared my opinion and I criticized plenty. So like, freedom of expression is nice. I think we should be able to say what we want. But
so the bad orange man won because of you. It's your fault.
Yeah, I guess so. You know, my bad. It's not because of Miriam
we could-
Adelson's $114 million. It's because I did not vote, and the Muslim community didn't vote blue. That's why it happened.
We could have had a strong, independent black woman, but
That would have been nice. Well, semi-black, right? She is Indian.
how
as
dare
well.
you? How dare you?
Well, just being honest, she's a mixed pit bull, I guess. But
Yeah.
I wish we had, this insightful woman with a wonderful laugh that could have been the one to greenlight the checks, that they gift Israel every single year, and she could have been the one to sign the paper that sends the bombs. That would have been nice. That would have been inspirational for my daughters, especially if I ever have some. Would have been nice to point to that, but yeah, it didn't happen. So
You're still not married, or have you tied the knot?
no, I have not tied the knot for many reasons. It's funny now because I'm 34. A lot of people think I'm a lot younger, and it's because of the way I look. I got a full head of hair, alhamdulillah. So people they're like, "Oh, mashallah, you look young." And I act young. I don't dress professionally. Today I just let me wear a button shirt because I'm talking to Tate Haqiqatjou. But in general, like I'm dressed like a bum, like a college kid, and people are like just think I'm younger. But I'm 34 years old, and it becomes a red flag. Like whenever if I do talk to a woman and they're like, "So why aren't you married? You're 34. Like what's wrong with you? Is there something like, are you toxic? Are you?" And it's like, what kind of? No, it's like I've just had an unusual career path, and there have been times where I tried to get married, it didn't work out, and there are times where I didn't want to go through with it, or she didn't want to go through with it, and then also just me, kind of prioritizing what I'm doing now, which I'm grateful for, but. I speak to sometimes I wish like, oh man, I wish I got married and I had kids. Cause my friends, all my age, they got 2, 3, 4 kids now, mashallah. And they're like almost the other day, one of my friends told me his kid is 10 years old. God, oh my God, I can't believe that, like, wow, they're 10. I'm not even like married yet. I'm not even engaged yet. Like what the hell? And I envy that, I do, I in a good way. I am like, oh, it's nice that you get to go home to your kids and your wife, and then I hear them complain sometimes, and they're and I'm like, oh, you know what? Maybe it's not so green on the other side. So I'm not like in a rush to get married, but I need to. My mom actually was talking to me last night because my mom's visiting me from overseas, and she's like, Ahmed, like you gotta hurry up. You gotta get married.
Gotta get serious.
Yeah, I'm like, Mom, look, I got this full head of hair. I got a couple of years left. When the hairline gets up to here, then it's really time to panic. Okay. But alhamdulillah, I think I still got some time. So.
Yeah, well, have you ever thought about being a passport bro?
It's getting to that point. I might have to be. No, astaghfirullah, I'm just kidding. I understand the passport bros. If you want to get, my friends talk to me. Actually, I don't want to say this. I don't want to reveal what they say. I'll just focus on what I think. If you want to have a second wife or a third wife, like it's hard to get that in America. Like you got to become a passport bro. I know some. I've traveled quite a bit, and I went to Kenya, for example. I was filming for a charity, and we were at the beach, and there was this like 65-year-old white guy holding hands with this beautiful like 19-year-old Kenyan girl, and he was so happy. She was happy because like he gives her probably $100 a month, and in Kenya, dude, $100 a month is wow. Like she's middle class now, and he's getting what he can't get here in America. So the range of possibilities are I guess much bigger in these different countries. So but yeah, for me, to be honest with you, a lot of it is like just financial stability as well. Trying to like stay in media and develop self-sustainability and make enough income. I'm getting better at it, but it's not at a point where I'm like confidently saying, okay, I can bring another person into my life and start to build a family. So yeah, there's that aspect of it as well. A lot of it is financial. It's not just like I'm a 34-year-old who refuses to get married. So yeah.
Sometimes if you take the step, then the stability will come. Like the stability just...
I've heard that. And I really want to believe it. But I don't know, man.
I got married as a grad student. Like basically a
Yeah.
hungry grad student. That's when I was married, like fresh out of college.
But that's the
So-
thing. It's cute when you, as a grad student at that age, you know, goes to a woman's father or whoever, and you're like, you know, my situation. But when you're 34, you know, he's like, hey man, like, what have you been doing all this time? Like, you still don't got it figured out. Jesus Christ. So yeah, it's. I see what you're saying, but you know, from my perspective, it's a little different now, given my age. But maybe I should lie about my age. Maybe I should say I'm 27.
Yeah, why not?
I could get away with it, I think. Yeah. Start my marriage off with a lie. That might be a great way to start. Actually, honey, I'm 8 years older. I'm 7 or 8 years older than I told you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's a difficulty that a lot of people your age have, like, or our age really. I know a lot of brothers who even they were getting into their 40s and they still hadn't found the right person. And I don't think it's their fault. I don't think it's because they weren't trying or that they were too selective. I think it's just that it's just a. I mean, I don't. You know my perspective on it. Like, I think it's a problem with how women are trained, how women are taught in the Muslim community, especially.
Yeah, I think it's both. Men also don't seem to understand. It's taken me a long time to learn, you know, how to be the best man that I can be, and I'm still not there, right? And a lot of that is, I mean, my father died when I was very young, so I didn't really have like a male role model to learn from. And it's monkey see, monkey do when it comes to humans. You know, the people are retarded, so we need somebody to observe. Oh, that's how you act. That is what a man should be, right? Otherwise, you got to learn it on your own. That could take some time. For some people, I guess it comes naturally, but others, you know, you really need that role model. And a lot of women can only respect a certain kind of man. Now we're entering into Andrew Tate's territory. Let's bring him into the conversation. But, you know, a lot of women can only respect a certain kind of man, and men don't know really how to be that man because they just don't have that role model in their life. And so I think we're both. And then women, you know, are, from what I've heard from my married friends, you know, some of them have told me that, like, you know, their wife grew up wealthy and had a father that never told them no. And now I'm a man on a budget and I have to tell her no. And that's very hard for me to do. And that produces a lot of friction. And there's a constant testing and challenging of, you know, the decision making of the man. And that's very difficult to do in a relationship, because as a man, I guess the best relationship you can have is when you know who you are, where you're going, you're steering the ship, and the woman you bring into your life understands and accepts that role, that she's endorsing your vision and trusting you and following your lead. She's not like trying to change, you know, veer off and be like, hey, let's take a trip to Europe. Like, I can't afford that right now, honey. Well, my dad said that, you know, I could and should be able to go, and you know, producing all this bullshit. Unfortunately, a lot of couples seem to be dealing with that. So I look forward to struggling with that very, very soon, inshallah. Yeah.
Yeah, but that's the thing. That's not the man's fault. Like, I don't think that the men have a problem wanting to provide, wanting to be responsible, having a vision. Like, I don't see. Yeah, there are some guys who have a motivation problem, and they're going to struggle regardless, married or not married. But I don't think that's the big stopgap. I don't think that's the bottleneck that's preventing the Muslim community from having more successful marriages. I think it really is. It boils down to, you can say, yeah, it's the woman's fault, but really it's men who are teaching the women. It's their fathers. Exactly like the example that you gave. It's like the fathers setting up these wrong expectations for their daughters, and those daughters using those expectations to shoot down like perfectly good candidates for husband, or they get married and then they destroy the marriage because they're very headstrong because of the way that they've been taught by the previous generation, mainly their fathers. So it's a crisis.
Yes, it is. It's very difficult. But
yeah, I think the Andrew Tate type of wisdom, if you want to call it that, like, he does bring good points. There weren't like his points, like there was a huge manosphere, quote unquote, or a red pill, way before Andrew Tate. Like Andrew Tate like came on that wave, and he was able to maximize certain trends that already existed. But I think that the whole red pill movement was a kind of corrective to the excesses of feminism, and it just was a ineffective corrective because people are enraged by it. Even though a lot of what's being said in red pill are just common sense, like what you just said. If you're going to be a wife and you're coming into a marriage, then you need to have this belief that your husband is your leader. He's going to really steer the ship, and you shouldn't try to take control from him and be a co-captain. Rather, you should be a follower. So that's like, oh wow, that's like red pill misogyny. Like, no, it's like basic common sense. Like this is something that
Yeah, or when she does lead, she leads in her lane because she is still a leader in the family, but she's leading certain things, right? I mean,
yeah, the baby's a leader too, and like pooping his pants.
well, well, no, I think you know what I mean. Like, you know, I think a man, when he chooses a woman, he wants to know that he's choosing a woman who can lead in her role that she's responsible for. So she needs to, you know, lead in the kitchen and lead in the household. And
Okay,
but these things, but these things are
I
important.
agree. Be a leader in the kitchen. Be that leader.
I mean, she's going to be raising the children, especially in their early, you know, point. I'm not trying to sound like super misogynistic, like make the sandwich and make it well. But you know, you're going to raise the children, and they're very important formative years. You need to be as loving and as kind and as creative as you can be, and as feminine as you can be. And the man, you know, plays the polar opposite, as masculine as he can be in providing and doing what he's doing. But yeah, she has a lot of responsibility. She's not just signing up to like be a follower. She also has, you know, she needs to be competent herself. So
yeah, competent, but you don't have to be a leader to be competent.
So, I mean, the issue is that it seems like you take issue with the word leader. We don't have to use the word leader. You can use another word.
Thank you. Thank you. That's all. That's the only concession I wanted. Let's just drop the word leader.
Okay. All right. We can drop the word leader. But no, you have to use the word leader with them so they feel right that they're leading something, you know? But like how you tell Americans you can vote. Right, but you can only vote on whether transgender people can use the bathroom or not at Walmart. It's all fun and games, but
yeah. If you tell the people that they can vote, and then year after year, election cycle after election cycle, they see that their lives are not getting any better, then they're gonna get disgruntled and they're gonna revolt, right? So you don't want to revolt. That's why you don't give them that expectation in the first place.
Yeah, but then you bring up Bernie Sanders, right? and he, you know, brings them back into the party. He brings them that hope again. So like,
what is that analogy for? Like,
what is that analogy
wife's boyfriend? My wife's boyfriend, Bernie Sanders.
No, you know, maybe you take on a second wife, you know, and that like, or you flirt with the idea of it, and she's like, all right, don't do that. No, I don't know. I'm
Here's
just kidding, yeah.
fine.
No, don't. If you're listening, don't take any relationship advice from me. I'm 34 and I'm not married, so don't take any advice from me.
Yeah. No. Well, here, let's make things less controversial and ask you: do you want your wife to have a college degree?
Do I want her to have a college degree?
Do you prefer her to have it or not?
That's a very good question. Given that I'm 34 and I'm not married yet, it's pretty clear I don't know what I want. So, So I don't have a problem with her having a college degree. I think what I might have a problem with is if you have like this endless desire to get an education. You know, it's like get married when you're done. And you know what you want to do and how. But I remember I was talking to a woman once, and she was like, if I got a job offered to me on the other side of the country or in a different country, would you let me accept that job and would you move the family? And I first I thought like, oh geez, here comes a hypothetical to fight over, right? Like, I don't even know if this is gonna happen, so I don't know how to respond. But she really wants to know, and if I say no, she's going to like take it as you're trying to control me and you're like denying me my right to relocate the entire family because you got a job. So I was like, if it's a really good job and it's for some reason it's like we have to take this job, then I guess it'd be hard to reject that. But no, I don't know if I want, like, why are you even working? Like you should be like focused on us and the kids and things like that. So I'm not opposed to my wife working. I don't know if I see myself like making life decisions based on where she gets hired. And I think if I was in that position, then there's a power imbalance anyway, and then she might struggle to respect me. So I don't know if I'm gonna play that game. But I know some guys who are like their wives are like influencers, and they follow their wife all around the world because she's getting paid. So that maybe that's not such a bad setup. So
Are they the guys like taking the Instagram pictures? Like,
yeah, but bro, I mean, on the one hand, like on the outside, you're like, that's so, I can't do that. What do they call it? What
Insta simp?
No, they call it
the youth. Yeah,
the youth. Yeah, they say that, and you feel like, oh, this is kind of cringe and embarrassing. But then you see like the money they're making, and you're like, yo, I might do that. Like, if my wife wants to take a picture, okay, fine. Like I'll enjoy this life with you. No, I think that I don't know if I'd be okay with that. But I don't know. It depends. It depends, Daniel. If she's making $1 million a year, and it's not like OnlyFans, it's just like she's taking a picture in her modest clothing. What's up? What's up? You wouldn't take $1 million a year, Daniel?
No, I wouldn't.
Oh man, you have principles, bro. That's your problem.
Yeah, well, yeah, because you wouldn't be the man. Like, even if it wasn't like Instagram, like even if it like that just adds a whole level of humiliation to it. Like, because she's like using her looks to get that $1 million. But let's even put that out of the picture. Like, she's making $1 million, and you're just going to be really disrespected. Like, it's not it's not just because she's consciously going to disrespect you, but just biologically, like there's a biological mechanism that women have that they can't really respect a man who makes less than they do. And also, I mean, the bigger problem is that if she's making that $1 million and she's spending it on you, she's really going to hate your guts. She's making it just for her own bank account, and that's you're still paying for everything.
Paying the bills. Yeah.
She's not gonna respect you, but it's still more than if she were paying for it. If she were paying for you to travel and eat and go to places, you're gonna be like a doormat. She's gonna hate your guts.
She's gonna walk all over you. Yeah. No, I 100% agree, and that's why I don't know if I'd actually do it. Because it's not that. I mean, as a man, you don't want to be in that position for sure.
It's really, really bad. And the sad thing is, it's not theoretical. Like, I know Muslim men in this situation, and they have a hard time seeing it. They're just in denial, basically. But it ends up 9 times out of 10 in divorce. Like, it's really. I think it can work if the man is like, if he's way out of her league, physically in terms of attraction. I think it can work in that regard, because make as much money as you'd like. I could, replace you in a heartbeat. Maybe.
And I'm so attractive that like it's worth more than any amount of money, because money can't pay for this. I'm genetically like Chad. Then potentially it could work, because she's going to just be grateful that she has what money can't even buy, She's like a super attractive.
That's like how a man thinks. Like, a man thinks like, well, she's like really attractive, so I'm gonna lock that down and I better not lose it. Like, that's how a man thinks. But a woman doesn't think like that. A woman thinks that, and the proof of this is the fact that some of the top celebrities, the top athletes, their wives leave them. Some of the richest men, someone like.
But who do
Will
they leave
Smith,
them for? They leave them for
jujitsu trainer, like the jujitsu trainer.
But these are also trainer. These are also other like wealthy and attractive people. Like, they're. But I'm saying, if you're like
No, they're
3 to
not
4
necessarily
points
attractive
higher.
themselves. They're like they're not necessarily attractive women. They're just rich because they're married to a Jeff Bezos or they're married to a Tom Cruise or whoever, or what's that guy's name? Brad Pitt. So like Angelina Jolie, for example, leaves Brad Pitt. Like leaves Brad Pitt, and she's not like a spring chicken. She's getting up there in age, and she's
Yeah.
able to.
But she's also incredibly wealthy and incredibly attractive, even at her age. You know, she's had her surgeries and all this, so she maintains some level of attraction. But also, Brad Pitt was also, from what I understand, was like an alcoholic, and he was abusive to the kids. That's what I came across, like a story once. That,
yeah,
like,
they're always abusive. Like every man is an
Yeah.
abuser.
Yeah.
I've yet to meet a man who's not an abuser.
But if you've ever met like an alcoholic man, like alcoholic people can be very abusive, emotionally, verbally, physically.
They always claim to be abused. Like who is what's that guy's name? Tom Brady, the arguably the best quarterback in history.
Yeah.
And his wife leaves him like for literally the jiu-jitsu trainer, and and she claimed that he also mistreated her. What was the abuse? Oh, he didn't give me enough attention. So there's always like some abuse that is taking place.
His scenario is like baffling because it kind of defies some of the, like, usually they say that, okay, even though you're Tom Brady, if you're not focused on your craft, you could still be a simp, right? And then she'll lose respect for you. But from what I understand, she was complaining that he's too focused on what he does, that he's not spending time not just with her but with the kids, and he's always pursuing like another championship, and he just won't stop. Well, from what like these red pill and all these people telling you is like that should maintain her attraction and her respect, that she should, like, because he's not giving her more, she should want it more from him and want to be with him. But she still chose the jiu-jitsu trainer. But that's Brady's fault. I mean, if you're a man and you let another man touch your woman, I mean, like, what do you expect? And jiu-jitsu, especially, it's not like ballet where it's like a skinny feminine man who like helps her jump up or something. Like she jumps and he pushes her lower back up. No, it's jiu-jitsu. Like he's got her like folded and on the mat, and you know he's all over her, like, let me show you this position. Like, okay, you're letting another man touch your wife, and you're confused about why she left you for him. And if you've seen him, he's an attractive man. He's not just some bum. Like the guy's in shape, good jawline, like very attractive. You know, he's like, I think he's Portuguese, so he's probably got a cool accent, you know, suave. And he's like, hey, baby, while I got you in this position, let me tell you about, you know, why you could do better with me than Brady. And she's probably like, you know what, you're right. You know, and divorce isn't even a question for her because she's richer than Brady, even though he's had all this success because of her modeling, which is crazy to think about.
No way, she's not richer than Brady.
Look her up. Look
her
up
net worth cannot be more.
Look up her net worth. Let's look it up right now. Look up her net worth. She's worth like 300 million or something like that because her name. I didn't look at her name.
I don't know her name.
Giselle. Yeah, Giselle Bunchkin or something like that. Yeah, net worth.
Tom Brady. The first result says 300 million, and people.com says 530 million.
So it says she's worth 400 million, while Brady's estimated worth is 250 million. So she's worth 150 million more than him.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
From modeling?
Yeah, but she got in like the golden age of modeling before like OnlyFans and social media has split, like, you know, saturated the market with all these potential models. So like magazines, photo shoots, whatever that crap is, I don't know, makeup deals, like she just got in
fashion.
She became like the MJ, like just peak model at peak industry time, and just grandfathered in. So yeah, she has these crazy deals. So yeah, for her, she's not even going to think twice. Maybe she's not as famous as Brady, but she's got way more money. So yeah, money's not even a question for her. So she's
crazy.
Oh, you know what rule Brady broke? This is the rule. They say you can never let a woman become bored. he probably bored her, and she's like, the jiu-jitsu trainer is more interesting. He's flipping me around and putting me in strange
Well,
positions.
that's exactly why I wouldn't blame the guys in any of these high-profile divorces. Like, it doesn't. You could be the Tom Brady, you could be the Will Smith, you can be the Brad Pitt. It's still literally not enough. Like, it's not enough to capture the attention of these women. Really, like,
It's not. Which is why you can't. Which is why they say you can't prioritize the woman. Which is why you can't really blame her either, because to blame her implies that the man is disappointed by what has happened. But if he doesn't prioritize her at all, not that he shouldn't care about her or love her as his wife or the mother of his children, but if he's not prioritizing her as a presence in his life and he understands her base nature, that she's
What man can prioritize a woman in his life?
What kind of man can do that?
Yeah.
Men do it all the time.
Yeah, they're simps.
Yeah,
they're headed straight for divorce court. Like, that's
prioritize
absolutely.
Like it happens.
Prioritize a woman. Like, you take care of your wife, you cherish her, you provide for her, but prioritize her. Like, she's like God. Like, she's the number one thing in my life that I have to.
No, not like she's God, but like, you know, some men maybe spend their childhoods trying to like please their mother, and so they're just used to like a woman who's never satisfied, and they feel guilty. Like, my mother's disappointed in me, and then they, you know, women look for their fathers in marriages, men look for their mothers, or men look for their mothers, you know, unknowingly, subconsciously, and then they get in these relationships where the woman is like incessantly dissatisfied, and instead of just saying, okay, well, pack your bags and keep it moving. If you're not satisfied here, maybe you'll find it somewhere else. You try even harder. You're like, no, like, you know, so you prioritize. I'm simp maxing, says Mufti Cheesecake. Yeah. I guess that's me trying to like understand the simp and how it is, but yeah.
No, yeah, I get what you're saying, but yeah, you have to be careful.
Yeah, absolutely.
You have to be very careful about perception within, because even women, they are turned off by a man who makes them the priority.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay.
Yeah.
So we've discussed a lot. You know, we've talked geopolitics, conspiracy theories, simp maxing,
anti-Semitism. Don't forget.
How could I forget anti-Semitism?
The most important issue of our time.
Yeah. So what can we talk about that will piss people off? Let's bring back Syria.
Well, there was a lot of different clips there were some clips that we could go over, but did you see this? This was shocking to me. And I mean, it was shocking in one sense, but completely expected in another. Let me share it.
You know what Ari told me they made his dad do in the Israeli army?
What?
You raise a kitten, you raise it, you take care of it by yourself.
Oh, I
pet
saw
it,
this
and then when it gets to
clip.
like a year old, you got to kill it in front of them with your bare hands.
Shit.
You grab it, snap its neck, just to show that you can do that. I was like, whoa.
What part of the game is that?
I was like, whoa. Just to
That's
show that you could shut it off. Like, you've got that ability to just shut it off. Like, you have this cat, you love it, a year and you're going to kill that thing with your hands.
Wow. Yeah, I remember that clip. This woman I follow, I don't know if you follow her on X, Village Crazy Lady, Mel.
Yep.
She looked into it, and apparently it's not a fake clip. It's not AI. It's real. It's an old clip. It's like 10 years old, apparently. No one ever called Rogan out for it. So it's real, apparently. It's a real clip, at least. I don't know if it's a real thing in the IDF. I suppose it... I don't know. It's hard to imagine a fat Israeli girl who's serving, like snapping a 1-year-old kitten's neck. So maybe it's like a special brigade, like a very extreme elite brigade that is routinely tasked with like just murdering people point blank. Perhaps they have to do it, but I don't know if it's like the common fat Israeli girl who like sits at a computer and gets on Unit 8200. I don't know if she's snapping a kitten's neck, but I can see why. Yeah, I mean, you want cold-blooded killers. We need you to like separate yourself from your humanity. So go ahead and kill this animal. And if you can't, then I'm not sure that you're qualified to be in this army.
Well, what made it more plausible was there were all these clips of Israelis and IDF like killing animals, like cats and dogs, throwing them off of buildings. That's what made it more plausible for people to think that, no, maybe this is something widespread within the IDF.
Yeah. Well, there's no doubt about the fact that they're sick. The IDF is a very sick organization full of nasty people that have to do nasty things. And maybe they're killing the animals because they belong to the Palestinians and they just want to, like, you know, torment a child who owns a cat or their favorite dog, and they just kill it because anything belonging to the Palestinians they'll just destroy and take. So it could be that, but I mean, there's no doubt about the fact that they're really sick people, and they constantly project. What makes them even sicker, when you think about it, you know, we've all become familiar with the phrase "every accusation is a confession." So when you think about the fact that not only do you do these things, but you also project them onto your victims, that just adds to the sickness. It's like insult to injury, and I find like they have a very disturbed psyche. And it's just become a very nasty society, and that's why it doesn't surprise me. Like the other day, everyone's talking about this event in Florida where a Jewish man saw two other people that he thought were Palestinian Arab, and he fired bullets at them. And they turned out to be Jewish. And then the Jewish victims of this other Jew shooting at them, you know, got onto Telegram and said "death to Arabs." I don't know if you heard about that, but yeah, I mean, I'm not surprised that this like sick retardation, you know, could exist in such a disturbed society. People with these nasty ideas and committing these crimes. Like, yeah, this guy, it was funny. They described him as a Florida man. Like he's a Mordecai Brathman, a Florida man. Yeah. He's a dual citizen Israeli Zionist Jew. And,
yeah, there was another case last year of there was a son of a Jewish multimillionaire who he like went through a traffic stop and mowed over like a police officer.
Yeah.
I think and then he basically left for Israel before they could, like he got out on bail and then he just flew
I think
to
he got
Israel.
diplomatic immunity or something crazy like that.
Yeah.
Or maybe was there a specific rule in Miami? I forget why he got let go. If it was diplomatic immunity or as a son of someone important, or if it's like Israelis have a specific privilege in Miami. But yeah, it was kind of nonsense that he was released like that. It's crazy to think about.
Yeah, with Florida, I guess the population of Jews is also much higher than elsewhere, I guess, other than New York, maybe.
Yeah. Yeah, Miami, LA, New York. This is where you're going to find probably most of the Jewish American population. So,
how about Iranians? Are there a lot of Iranians in Tampa?
Not that I know of. So, as you know, we don't pray with Shia, and we believe they're Kafirs. So, I've never actually growing up. We had a close Irani family friend, and he had a restaurant. And he made the best food. Oh my God, the food he made was so good. It was unbelievable. But I haven't seen or heard from him in years, and I haven't seen much of an Irani community here. People ask me all the time, are there a lot of Kurds in Florida? There are not a lot of Kurds. The majority of them are going to be in like Dearborn. They're going to be in California, and they're going to be in Tennessee for some reason, and like Nashville, Knoxville, Memphis. There's a large Kurdish population, but very few here in Florida.
So do you travel to Dearborn, or do you have like relatives there, or are you just?
No, I don't really have any relatives in the United States. I used to have some cousins who lived nearby, but they all moved, you know, to different parts of the world for different reasons. And so majority of my family's back home in Iraq, and I haven't been back to visit them in a couple of years. It's been quite a while now. I'd like to go back, but I'm just not like too excited to do so. Iraq is not like the most exciting place to visit. Actually, the last time I went to Iraq, I went back to Baghdad, and the last time I had gone to Baghdad prior to visiting in like 2019 was 2006 or 7. And I could only go back to Iraq, to Baghdad for like 2 days because it was so dangerous. It was like at the height of the insurgency. And there was no electricity. And I'm this little American kid. And I'm sleeping outside because it's the summer and it's so hot and sweaty. And like roaches are like crawling onto your face. And then there's like a gun battle, a gunfire, right? Gunshots in the nearby market at like 3 a.m. And I'm terrified. Even though I was a teenager, you'd think I'd be this brave boy. I wasn't. I remember going to my grandma and she was like laughing. She's like, "You're such a coward." I was like, "I'm not used to this. Like in America, we have internet and full-time electricity. Like I'm sleeping outside. There's a roach on my face and then there's a gun battle in the market. Like I just want to play PlayStation." So she arranged for me to go to the north, Kurdistan, the Kurdish region of Iraq. And that's where I spent most of my summers. So it was about 12, 13 years before I could see Baghdad again. So I went in 2019 and I was shocked, man. It looked exactly the same. Like the same buildings that were destroyed during the invasion were still destroyed. And I remember like when I played Call of Duty as a kid, I used to think, man, these levels are so racist. Like the Middle East doesn't look like this. And I went back to Baghdad and I was like, bro, I feel like I'm in a Call of Duty level. Like this is, they're not racist. Like this is exactly what our cities look like. And this is what Baghdad looks like. But I did, you know, I got to enjoy like some good, delicious kebab, Iraqi kebab on the river, and that was nice. And so Baghdad has made some positive changes, but you know, still like very few hours of electricity a day. Some buildings are still destroyed, and the population, unfortunately, has been like severely traumatized. A lot of these people have struggled a lot, and there's just not a whole lot of opportunity. So it's a difficult place to live, and it's kind of it's bittersweet to visit and see.
All of the places that you've traveled, like what is the place that you would really, if you had to settle somewhere other than the US, where would you want to settle?
So I'm at this point now where I'd like to, like, if propaganda and co can make me a lot of people think that if you have a lot of followers, you immediately become like rich or you make a lot of money, and that's not how it works. Especially when you're doing this kind of content and your content is regularly demonetized or deleted, it's tough. And brands don't want to work with you. I've never had a brand reach out to me and say, "Do you want to work together?" And they never will, because I'm always talking about something that they don't want to be affiliated with. So, but if I can get propaganda and co to a point where I can like make a sustainable living, I'd like to travel and see other places and live there for like a month or two. Like I recently went to Egypt and I had very low expectations, so I actually really enjoyed Egypt, and I liked that I got to practice my Arabic, and I was like, I wouldn't mind coming back here and living here for a few months, especially in the wintertime when the weather's really nice.
Which part of Egypt?
I went to Cairo. And I was only there for a day, so yeah, I know it's living there is different than visiting, but I would like to live there, practice my Arabic, and connect, maybe take Quran classes, and just strengthen my Arabic, strengthen my Deen a little bit, and live in a new country, and I'd like to do that. Oh, and not just in Cairo, but like in different places. Lebanon is beautiful. But I have cousins in Sweden I went to go visit recently. Sweden is a beautiful place. Very clean, very safe. Like when I say clean, man, you go outside of the United States and you stand on the street and you'll choke to death from like how nasty the air is, right? In Sweden, I guess because they've passed all these rules now, like most of the cars are electric. And by I think 2026, like in like 2 years, gas-powered cars are going to be, so even hybrid vehicles won't be allowed, period. And so the air is so pure and so clean. And yeah, it was just, it was a nice change of scenery, and it was a beautiful place. And it's still like a first world country, and there's a large Muslim population as well. And there's a change of seasons. In Florida, you don't really get that. Although the weather is beautiful now in the winter time. It's not like, Sweden where you get all 4 seasons. And so, potentially there. But I kind of want to bounce around more than just one place.
Do you plan to ever do any kind of reporting in Afghanistan?
I would love to visit Afghanistan. Actually, I got invited this summer. I got invited to Iran. So I've been debating whether or not I want to go, because it's like a film festival, but the film festival receives state funding, and they've offered to like pay for my flight. So they're not paying me, but they're offering to pay for my flight, and I just don't know if I want to get involved in that. I haven't decided yet. I'm mulling it over though, because I've always wanted to visit Iran, and I want to see it before the US destroys it. So I want to go there. I have some friends who are going to Syria this summer. I don't know if I'll be able to like get a Irani stamp on my passport and then also go to Syria, but if I can, I'd like to. Although I really like some of the comments people are making. I really feel like my life potentially could be in danger if I keep pissing off these Syrian activists, because they like say some really dark stuff in the comments, and maybe I shouldn't take them too seriously, but I just wonder like, yeah, okay, maybe I'm like pissing these people off. But yeah, I'd like to go to Iran. I'd like to go to Syria. I would love to go to Afghanistan for sure. And when I report, like, I'm not necessarily going to go to like prove or disprove anything. Sometimes I just want to travel and just, document what this place looks like and just enjoy it. Just make like travel blog content and incorporate some level of geopolitics. So like, okay, I went on this trip recently. I was filming for a charity. And so that took me to Togo. It took me to Egypt, Jordan, and Lebanon. And it was a very fast trip. I only spent like 2 days in each place. In Cairo, only 1 day. So I've filmed a lot for different charities. Like I've been to Kenya before. I've been to South Africa. I've been to Turkey. I've been to different parts of the world documenting their work. And it's always fascinating for me because, you get to travel to a new place, which is always exciting, but then you get to see their society and then you learn about this part of the world. Like I've never been to West Africa before. So I go to Togo and I'm learning about Togo and West Africa. And then I'm curious about like what their geopolitical situation is like. So I start reading about that and I'm filming, and then I get to document the charity, which is always like heartwarming and humanizing to see. People taking care of orphans and traumatized people and uplifting them and trying to educate them and help them. That's always beautiful to see. And so filming that and then, combining it into like one big YouTube video, is something that I enjoy. And if I could do something like that for the rest of my life, I'd like to do. I think that would be cool. So I plan to, inshallah, make a video about my travels to Togo, Egypt, Jordan, and Lebanon, probably during Ramadan. I'll do that, inshallah. But yeah, so, if I could go to Afghanistan, I'd probably do the same thing where like I provide people an understanding of like just the, basic history and geopolitics, but also exploring maybe some charities and seeing the work that they're doing there. And, also documenting the scenery and showing people how beautiful Afghanistan is and how beautiful other parts of the world can be. And I would really like doing that, I think.
Yeah, that'd be really exciting to get that kind of reporting, geopolitical analysis, plus, just this visual spectacle of these beautiful locations in the Muslim world and beyond. So
yeah,
we'll look forward to seeing that from you, inshallah.
Inshallah.
Yeah, so again, I really appreciate all your time. We're getting past the 4-hour mark, and
Yeah.
Really enjoyed talking to you. Can you tell the folks how they can support you? So everyone needs to go to Prop & Co on YouTube and subscribe, and I'll put a link in the description as well as your Twitter account or X account. But how else can people support your projects? Because and we didn't even talk about your inventions. So that's
yeah. Maybe another time. But I appreciate that. So yeah, I mean, thank you for having me here, and to your audience, thank you for bearing with me and learning more about me. And I haven't had a chance to like pay attention to the comments and see what some of you guys are saying, but yeah, just appreciate you. Listening to me today, and I hope I could have been of some benefit to you. So you can support me by subscribing to my YouTube channel. That would be great. And even if you don't plan on watching my content, like, comment, and just, pump the algorithm with some data so they're like, oh, okay, let's show this content to other people. That'd be great. And then also you can go to my website, propnco.com. So propnco.com. And you can become a paid subscriber there. And the reason why I built my own website, actually my partner built it, I didn't build it, but the reason why we built this website is because of the threat of censorship and deplatforming. So, we were very close to losing our YouTube channel. And so we didn't want to be dependent upon our followers just on our channel or monetization just from YouTube. We wanted to make sure that we had a place to go to. And so we built our own website. And on our website, as you can see here, we have like some content that we post there first before it gets on YouTube. But we also have behind the scenes content that we just don't post to YouTube. So there's a conversation that we had with Daniel here in my studio there, and you can see it there from when you came to Tampa, Daniel. Yeah, here, exclusive footage. And we had a whole conversation here in my studio. This is something that there's nothing controversial about it, but it's just something we've never posted to YouTube. And so if you become a paid subscriber on our website, you gain access to that kind of hidden content. And you support our documentaries. Like if you look there, Atrocity Inc. on the, you're right. Yep. Right there. Next to the Scott Ritter picture. Yeah, that one, Atrocity Inc. This is the documentary we produced with Max Blumenthal. It's about an hour long. Max basically narrates and he debunks all of the atrocity propaganda. So this was a collaborative project. I edited this documentary and we released it together, and it fully debunks all the atrocity propaganda post October 7th. And so you subscribing to our channel gains you access to exclusive content like the behind the scenes conversation with Scott Ritter or Max Blumenthal or Daniel Haqiqatjou, but also it funds and supports our explainer videos and our documentaries that debunks a lot of the propaganda the Israelis have been, waging against the Palestinian people in order to commit their genocide. So you can subscribe to us like we're Netflix. It's $9.99 a month. Or if you want to go further, it's $19.99 a month. And that would be a huge help. Now, if you don't want to become a paid subscriber, you can at least become a member. Just make an account. That's also helpful. So I know we're splitting traffic a little bit. Like, hey, go to my YouTube channel and subscribe. That's great. But also going to my website and become a paid subscriber, like giving me personally $9.99 a month is a big help. So I'll gladly take it so I can go live in Egypt like I just told you guys. No, I promise to keep making content. So just give me your $9.99 and, don't cancel it. Forget you have the membership, in like 2 years from now, you'll remember. And then I'll convince you to keep it, inshallah. But yeah, jokes aside, I appreciate you guys having me here, learning more about my work and supporting my work. And Daniel, of course, a big thanks to you for having me. And I really enjoyed our conversation.
Yeah, I appreciate it, bro. So again, everyone, go support our brother Ahmed. Again, the whole purpose of having someone like Ahmed come and share his vision is so that you are inspired. You see others who are doing important work. They're willing to think in creative ways, creative solutions for the Ummah, for Palestine, for Syria, for Afghanistan, anywhere. And they are willing to put the effort, the blood, sweat, and tears into realizing a vision despite a lot of pushback, despite a lot of obstacles and challenges, sometimes very powerful obstacles or opposition, like in the case of Ahmed, where he's literally going against a Zionist lobby. So we want to inspire you. We want to inspire you with a vision. Support the visionaries like Brother Ahmed, like Prop & Co., and leave your comments. What you think of the interview, what we discussed, what was controversial, what was not controversial, because we want to hear from you as well. And of course, that helps with the algorithm. So jazakumullah khairan, everyone. And with that, we'll conclude. Thank you so much, Brother Ahmed.
Hey, thank you, Brother
I'll see you backstage, and I'm going to end the stream now. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.